The House will come to order. This morning, the pledge will be led by Krista Marquez from the Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Awareness Day, guest of Majority Leader Garnett, and friend and constituent of Representative Larson.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Randall, please read the roll. Call the roll.
Representatives Arndt, Baisley, Benavides, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Buck, Buckner,
Present.
Buenteo, Caravale, Carver, Catlin, Champion, Coleman, Cutter, Duran, Escar, Exum, Froelich, Garnett, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Herod, Holtorf, Hooten, Humphrey, Humphrey,
Excused.
Jackson, Arquez Lewis, Kennedy, Kip, Kraftharp, Landgraf, Larson, Liston, Lontine, McCluskey, McKean, McLaughlin, Melton, Melton,
Excused.
Michelson Janae, Mullica, Mullica,
He is present but excused.
Neville, Pelton, Ransom, Rich, Roberts, Sane, Sandridge, Singer, Sirota, Snyder, Soper,
5 minutes late.
Soper is excused.
Representative Melton is present. Sullivan, Tipper, Titone, Valdez A, Valdez D, Van Winkle, Weissman, Will, Williams, Wilson, Woodrow, Young, Madam Speaker Becker.
Excused. And Representative Humphrey is present. With 62 present, 3 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the Journal of Tuesday, February 25th, 2020 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You have heard the motion that the Journal of today be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. 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 The motion passes. We have a very happy quorum today. Are there any announcements or introductions? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. With the permission of the Majority Leader, I will be absent on Friday, February 28th, starting at 12 noon.
Your request is approved. Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, tomorrow's a very exciting morning. We have the Colorado School Nutrition Association breakfast at the Capitol. So if you want to see what kids are eating for breakfast at school, come join this breakfast. 7:30 a.m. at the Old Supreme Court chambers. Actually, I bet you they're going to give you something extra yummy. Please stop by.
Yes, Representative Holtorf. Nice jacket.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. I want to announce that today is the Ag Forum on Agriculture at the Renaissance Hotel.
Representative Holtorf, hold on just one moment. Colleagues and those in the House, could you please address your attention to Representative
Madam Chairman.
Holtorf?
I believe the excitement and zeal in this House comes from getting a full night's sleep, so I can appreciate their energy and enthusiasm. As I was saying, Madam Chairman and ladies and gentlemen, today is the Governor's Agricultural Forum on Agriculture at the Renaissance Hotel. It's a one-day program that has a lot of very important speakers and presentations on agriculture. If you had breakfast today, if you ate or drank anything today after you got up, you can thank a farmer or anybody in production agriculture for that meal. Agriculture is so critically important to the state of Colorado, and it is a multi-billion-dollar economic impact. And in rural Colorado, in House District 64, I must tell you, it is in the top 3 of our economic drivers, and it's something we need to continue and preserve and consider every time we do anything in this great building. Thank you, and please attend if you can. There's a dinner this evening as well at the hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Serena Gonzalez Gutierrez, my mentee.
I get the whole name. Thank you, Representative Holtorf. I do want to say I wish some of us got a full sleep last night, but those of us in Judiciary were here at least until 11 o'clock, and then there's that wind down time. But sounds like a great event.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Almost forgot.
Thank you, Representative Landgraf.
I wanted to introduce a group of people who are in the House sitting on this side.
Representative
today.
Landgraf, wait just one moment. Let's please lower our voices in the chamber because we have some special guests of Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Sitting on this side, we have the PAs today. Somebody asked if that meant they were my personal assistants. No, they are all physician assistants and potential students, I just found out. So if you get an opportunity, please come over and say hi. They made the trip up. They're going to be here during the day doing whatever it is they're doing. So please come over and say hi. Thank you.
Welcome to the House. Are there any additional announcements? Representative Rich. Oh, I'm sorry. Byrd. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I don't know if there's a fine here for this, but I'd love to call your attention to some special guests we have joining us today. Habitat for Humanity, if you'll stand up, please welcome them with a round of applause. So I want to call attention to the work that Habitat does for the citizens of the state of Colorado. There are so many incredible, hardworking families that, in light of today's tight housing market, are unable to buy a home to live in, to give their families security and financial security and social security for their jobs, for their kids in school. And Habitat has stepped into that critical space to really create opportunity and make sure that when you are working hard and playing by the rules of the game, you too can have the opportunity to live the American dream and buy and own a home of your dreams.
Thank you. Representative McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you.
Folks, you're going to get a chance on third reading to support Habitat for Humanity today because we are working on their tax checkoff, and we're going to be passing that out of the House today unanimously, which I'm kind of excited to say out loud. When we talked about that bill on second reading, I said I'm not a fan of the tax checkoff system, and it just is my own personal thing, but there is no better organization to support that way than Habitat. And you guys, if you don't think about it this way.
Representative McKean.
Yes, ma'am. Should I come back? Oh, thank you. Do it one more time, please.
One more time.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I understand the excitement, but please, we have some really important announcements, and what Representative McKean is talking about is really important.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I appreciate all your attention because it is an exciting day. But truly, when we talk about how to at least chip away at the affordable housing problem, partners that we have in this state are incredibly important, and they're sitting on the side of this chamber today. Thank you, Habitat, for being down here. Thank you for everything you do. We, in every way, will try to support you so we can do more.
Representative Froelich.
You know what, I get, we always exchange ornaments, like Emily, my sisters and I, and then, because my mother always did.
And Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, today is Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Awareness Day, and we have a tribute, and I request that Mr. Randall read it to us.
I mean, I still have the ones my mother gave my children.
This is awfully high.
Mr. Randall.
There we go. That's good.
The Senate and House of Representatives, convened in the 72nd General Assembly, hereby extend commendations to IDD awareness. People with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD, are defined by their strengths, abilities, and inherent value. With appropriate resources, services, and personalized supports, they make decisions about their own lives and contribute to their communities. Community living is a fundamental moral, civil, and constitutional right for people with IDD. Intellectual and developmental disability advocates or advocacy organizations, clinicians, researchers, policy analysts, community-based service providers, case managers, and direct support professionals work in partnership with people with IDD, parents, families, the legislature, and state agencies to strengthen the service delivery system so that people can live productive and healthy lives in the community. The members of the Colorado General Assembly are proud to recognize IDD Awareness Day. Tribute on request of Representatives Alec Garnett, Colin Larson, and Meg Froelich, and Senators Rachel Zenzinger and Bob Rankin, given this 26th day of February 2020, State Capitol in Denver.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Coloradans with intellectual and developmental disabilities live, go to school, and obtain meaningful employment through community-based services. These services are much more cost-efficient and produce better outcomes than those in institutional settings that people with IDD are historically segregated into. I encourage all of you to figure out if you have one of these vocational centers in your district. I have one in mine, Stepping Stone Support Center. And we actually heard from Krista Marquez, my constituent, who is a participant at Stepping Stone. She was the lovely lady who gave us the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. I've known Krista for several years, back in the Atlas Coffees days when I was helping Stepping Stone with their coffee shop. And Krista is amazing. She participates in her annual talent show at Stepping Stone, which I unfortunately missed last year, which
is one of my greatest shames, but I've attended many times before. But Krista does a great show every year and always does a patriotic tribute to the military and our first responders. She's also very involved in Special Olympics, her church community, and hanging out with her friends. So all of you, when your interim does come, I strongly encourage you to go to your local day center, get to know these people, and really engage with the IDD community because they have a lot to offer, and they're some of our most passionate constituents.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While we have made significant progress towards ensuring that they have access to the supports they need, people with IDD still experience significant barriers to employment, healthcare, education, housing, and other aspects of community life that we all take for granted. Currently, there are more than 3,000 on the wait list, and many have waited over a decade and sometimes even decades to receive services. And we express our sincere appreciation to people with IDD for the contributions they bring to our state and to the families and organizations leading the fight to improve their quality of life. Each of you has on your desk a story about someone on the wait list. And on the other side, a story of someone who's recently enrolled into comprehensive services. We encourage you to take a moment to read their stories. Finally, please join us for a luncheon at the McNichols building across the street today at noon.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to jump on the IDD Awareness Day. As most of you know, this is both a personal and professional lifelong passion for me. And we're fortunate to have a wide range of people representing this community. But many of you might not be aware that we have a really strong research base and training base in this state. And I want to call out one group that's present today, and that's the JFK Len Fellows. It's an interdisciplinary, important training program of health professionals who work with children with neurodevelopmental and other developmental disabilities, including autism spectrum disorder. LEN stands for Leadership Education in Neurodevelopmental Disabilities, and it's a program funded by the Health and Resources and Service Administration and the Maternal Health Child Bureau. This instrumental program helps eliminate obstacles for evaluating children with ASD. And as we know, that this is really a very important issue as we have increasing numbers of children and adults identified with ASD. I'm so excited to welcome the JFK Len Fellows and faculty to the House Gallery this morning, including Director Dr. Sandra Friedman and Dr. Corey Robinson, who I have a very long working relationship with. Thank you for all of the hard work you do to help improve the lives of children with ASD and other developmental disabilities. And it is my honor to continue to lend my voice to help move forward the justice issues around, to support this community. And I'm going to take another shout out to the art community and especially the Weld County art individuals who are here. But I'd really like all the people who are in the gallery who are here for IDD awareness to just stand up so we can all wave at you. Thank you.
Representative Young, that's a $2 fine. And is this on IDD? Because I want to stick to this. Okay. Representative Pelton and then Representative Landgraf. And Bucky, why don't you all? Yes. Okay. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And As you all know, I was county commissioner prior to this position. Being the designee from that commission to serve on a board of Eastern Colorado Services gave me a profound respect, and I just can't describe the passion that I feel now for this population of people. As you know, Representative Caraveo and I are carrying a bill this afternoon in committee to help those with developmental disabilities that are receiving less than minimum wage to bring them to minimum wage. And so when I served on the board, it wasn't just making decisions on making that organization pay the bills and that kind of thing. They made sure we each went on a tour of that whole facility and saw what the employees did, saw the programs, saw the different range of disabilities they dealt with. And after seeing that, my life was changed forever. And so whenever this day comes here in Denver, I treasure it. I go to the luncheon and get to meet the people, I sit with the people that I worked with on that board, and this is truly a special day. And thank you guys for coming to the Capitol.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Somebody earlier mentioned stories that we have on our desk. I have my own story. I don't remember, when my son was 17, he suffered a severe brain injury. Up until then, his math teacher said he had the best math aptitude they had ever seen. Please sit. So I live this every day. We were in Seattle at the time. We moved here. And I can tell you the services were better there. They were better there. And how shameful is that? They should be better here. When you live this life, you understand where the shortages are. You understand the needs of the people who, not just the people who have IDD, but the people who take care of those with IDD. I mean, my husband, when that accident happened, he never went back to work. He immediately switched to taking care of our son because we believed that was his best chance of recovery. And after a year, when our son started talking and sort of walking, because he had a great attendant in Seattle, our beliefs were reinforced that that was the right thing to do. So I'm not here for my son. He gets good care. I'm standing up here for all the other people who aren't getting that kind of care. My little note here, this young man, Graham, all he wants is somebody to help him with his train scenes. These kinds of things may seem frivolous to some of you. I doubt they're frivolous, but hard to understand how important this is. So what I'm asking today, every time you get a bill and you get that little pink slip, think about whether your issue, and I know they're important to everybody in here, but are they more important than getting somebody to help Graham or Jonathan or all the people you have on your desk? Is what you're doing and the money that could go to end the wait list, the money that could go to help home health so people can stay home in their homes, is it more important than that? We're talking about human dignity, human lives. Thank you.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think, like Representative Pelton, we all have those moments in life that are changing. My aunt, she had cerebral palsy, and I remember growing up, we would pick her up, put her in the wheelchair, do pop wheelies around the institution that she was at. But I think as I grew up, I realized that she was just like me, just a little different. And I think that's something that everybody needs to learn, that we are just like each other, but some are just a little different. And I have a tremendous, tremendous respect for the people within this community, that we need to do all that we can. I served on the Schaefer board in Weld County, as well as big supporter of Weld, Arc, and Larimer county, and we just need to continue to help those individuals that are the most vulnerable. So thank you all again for being here. Appreciate all that you do, and God bless.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So you guys know my best friend is 9 years old. He's 9 as of Saturday. Colton had a birthday on Saturday, and I'm reminded what I say every year is Colton has Down syndrome. And so when I spend time with Colton, I realize that there are things that we do a little bit differently. And you get to see him here on March the 20th because March the 21st is Down Syndrome Day because Colton has 3 of the 21st chromosome. And so it's kind of a neat thing. It makes him a little extra special. But we slow down, we read a little bit more, we smell every flower, as his mother says, every doggone flower. But I'm actually standing here today to remind you of the people who help families who have kids with intellectual and developmental disabilities. From the minute Colton was born, there were people there to help that family. There were people there to say, this is a resource you can use. Here are some things that we can do with Colton to help with his speech therapy and his physical therapy. We don't realize that there is this network and this web of people who help families who often don't know until that second that they're going to have a child with special needs. And so they're lost in this idea of what do we do? And so, one, that's a really important thing to remember. And two, if you all could stand up again, I would really like you all to stand up because these folks have more patience than just about anybody I know. So please stand. You guys are amazing. And the patience and the love. The patience and the love that you pour into the families and the kids and the people you serve is humbling. Thank you so much.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You say amen to what Representative McKean was saying. The IDD community is an amazing community, those who work with those special folks. And those special folks have special attributes that any of you that have not interacted with that community are missing out on. Because here in this chamber, we miss out on the 2 things they just take as everyday occurrences. They show a lot of love, and they show a lot of positive attitude. And it's things that we miss in this chamber. So if you haven't interacted with them, you need to. I know many of you have heard my Lisa story, and my story where I learned, I love you, Jim Wilson. But I want to share with you one other piece of this. And I don't know, Representative Larson, what it is about the coffee connection, but my daughter started a drive-through coffee shop in Salida. She gets her coffee from the Happy Cup Coffee Company in Portland, Oregon, that is staffed by individuals with special needs. So when you all get a package in the mail and you open it and you pull out all the air bubble things that you snap or give to your kids to snap, and you pull out all the paper and you finally get to your order, it's just an order. When I help her unpack the order, we have pictures of the caboose where we have the drive-through coffee steam caboose company. We get notes to my daughter, personal notes on hope you're having a good day, Ramey. And then they'll draw a picture of themselves. And Ramey has a relationship to where she knows the people by the pictures they draw for her. Now figure it up, folks. Would it brighten your day just a little bit when you opened a package and had a note that said, hope you're having a good day? So we need to take a lesson from these folks. Sometimes we say, well, we have to look out for them. They have an example for us, folks. That positive and loving attitude that they have is something that we could benefit from. So thank you for working with those people, and I envy you because the folks that you work with are so positive and so loving. Thank you.
Representative Buenteo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to belabor the point. Many of you guys have heard me talk about my son, Noel Henriksen, who's on the autism spectrum. And I just wanted to take a moment. If you are in the gallery and you have a child or you are a special education teacher, I know we have a couple here in the chamber, would you please stand and let us thank you? Please? Okay, there's got to be more than 2. There. You know, today I really want to recognize you guys and your work, and thank you for it. You know, I think the hardest aspect of this job on me is the fact that I am away from my son with autism, and the reason I can do this job is because he has a wonderful special education teacher, Miss Marva Tucker. I will take the fine, Madam Speaker. And a wonderful team, including Miss Brenda, his paraeducator, who help him every single day in public school. And I come home on the weekends and I see the progress that my son is making, whether it's tying his own shoes or simply enunciating clearly enough to scream at my dogs, which is both a blessing and a bit of a curse, as you might imagine, because we have Malamutes, and he suddenly has a lot to say for a child that the speech pathologist once said would never speak. So thank you so much, service providers, special education teachers, parents, for all the support that you give to our developmentally and intellectually disabled community. Thank you.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to tell a little story because I was a special ed teacher in high school. And I had a very special student, and due to FERPA, I won't use his real name, so I'll call him Joe. And Joe was almost completely nonverbal. And I had Joe for 3 years in my class, and time moved, and Joe got out of high school, and I kept teaching and went on with my life, and then had some more kids and those sorts of things. One day I was at the local swimming pool, and I finished my laps at noon, and I got out and I put on my, cool sunglasses and my helmet, and my hair was wet, and about 5 years had gone past since I'd had him as a student. And when I rode away from the pool, the line was lined up for the rec swim in the afternoon, and he was standing there with his mom. And I rode my bike by fast, and it took me a second to realize that that was Joe. And I thought, oh, well, Joe will never remember me, and I have all this strange getup on, but I remembered him. And I got a block away, and I thought, Jenny, you wouldn't do that if Joe hadn't been, had some mental challenges. You would have said hi. So I turned my bike around, rode the block back, went up, and I stood there and I said, hi, Joe. And his mom turned completely white. She was ashen. And she said, do you know my son? And I said, yes, I do, ma'am. He was my student. And she said, when you rode your bike past the first time, he looked at me and he said, there goes Mrs. Arndt. And that had been 5 years. And he recognized me through my glasses and my helmet and my wet hair and probably postpartum 20, 30 pounds on me. And it's such a powerful moment between that mom and I because you just never underestimate anybody or what the human brain is doing. And so I wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for what you do. And we're all in this together. So I appreciate that and never underestimate anybody.
Any other announcements or introductions? Seeing none, the next order of business is third reading. Oh. Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, you're going to want to hear this announcement, all of you, because this is from a constituent who works at Adams 14 Schools. Adams 14 Schools, as you know, has struggled a bit, but Kayla Tibbs informs me that they just won the state championship for the ProStart culinary program. And this Friday, they're going to be preparing breakfast for all legislatures at 8 o'clock Friday morning in the North Foyer. They're going to be given a formal tribute in the Senate on Friday morning. But remember, this is a statewide championship as the ProStart culinary program. So please come down Friday morning. Thank you.
And I have a couple announcements. Representative Woodrow will replace Representative Titone on Health and Insurance today only. Representative Buenteo will replace Representative Exum on Transportation and Local Government today only. Representative Geithner will substitute for Representative Champion on Health and Insurance today only. And Representative Williams will replace Representative Will on Health and Insurance today only. Lastly, Representative Will substitute for Representative Williams on Business today only. So the next order of business is third reading of bills, final passage. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1049.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1049. Mr. Randall, please read the title.
House Bill 1049 by Representatives Byrd and McKean, also Senators Quorum and Bridges, concerning the reauthorization of the voluntary contribution on state individual income tax returns for the Habitat for Humanity Colorado Fund.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1049 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1049 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. Soper. Please close the machine. Representative Soper, that's a $1 fine. With 65 aye votes, no votes, House Bill 1049 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 100.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 100. Mr. Randall, please read the title.
Senate Bill 100 by Senators Gonzalez and Tate, also Representatives Arndt and Benavides, concerning the repeal of the death penalty by the General Assembly in all circumstances charged on or after July 1st, 2020.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 100 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 100 on third reading and final passage. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had a very robust debate on this bill into the wee hours, and I just wanted to, in reflecting over all that testimony and the specifics of the very powerful statements that were made, it just strikes me that what is most important when we hear about these truly horrific acts of violence that result in torture, murder of children, mass shootings, truly horrific acts that we need to take care, in my view, where the Colorado voters, at least twice in our history, now granted, there has been a passage of time, but they have taken action to put the death penalty back into Colorado law, wanting this to be an option in these horrific murder cases as a possible penalty. And we heard testimony about how Colorado has structured this process for findings of aggravating factors, whether there are mitigating factors, and a process to really take a thorough and hard look at all aspects of an individual case. And then for the jury, weighing all of that, weighing the victim impact statements, to determine what is a just sentence in a particular case. Members, I think that is the right process. At a minimum, if we were to go down this road, I truly believe we would be well served to go back to the people we work for and let them have their say. I think I know how that would turn out. Perhaps I'm wrong. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on SB 100. A no vote, excuse me. Insufficient caffeine. Let me just clarify. A no vote on SB 100. We should not go down this road without at least going to the voters. And I think the testimony makes it absolutely clear how careful Colorado is in doing these, the death penalty part of the criminal procedures. Thank you, members.
Representative Sandridge. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to be brief, and so I think that there were a few things that were somewhat missed the other evening when we were debating this bill. But I think the first thing I want to do is I want to offer actually some apologies, because I've heard some victims were watching the other night. The victims, or the families of the victims of Nathan Dunlap, I heard they were watching the other night. I want to apologize to them. I want to apologize to Senator Fields and her family. And the apology has to do with reopening that scab that they've been trying to heal. I know Senator Fields this year, last year, had to reopen that scab and come down to the Senate floor and discuss her heartache and be reminded of her tragedy and somewhat have to defend herself. So I want to apologize to them, because was there a need for us to be here? Is there a need for this bill? We had crying parents over here the other night that were here till what? 4 o'clock in the morning? And for what? How many calls did we all get from our constituents saying, Representative, please, please run a bill this year to end the death penalty? How many calls did we get from our constituents? 0, thank you, Representative Liston. 1 person who went through the death penalty in the last 50 years. But we chose to reopen these wounds for these victims for 1 person in the last 50 years. So I want to apologize to you all. I want to apologize for you having to stay up late and watch your representatives try to reverse your will. I want to apologize to the jurors who had to suffer through these cases and then watch people try to override your will. And for what? We all know nobody's going to be killed by the state in the near future. We all know that. But we still reopened those wounds, didn't we? And for what? And I don't want to get away from the bill. I think a good way to let these wounds heal would be for our governor to sign the death warrants. Senator Fields wouldn't have to come back, would she? She wouldn't have to defend herself anymore, would she? Those wounds could heal, but we're kind of going the opposite way now, aren't we? The people, the victims, demand justice. And it's time for us to give it to them and the governor to give it to them. So with that said, and I'm not going to say this very often, let's do what California did. Let's kill this bill and move the other way. How about we give the victims justice? Let's not bring back Senator Fields. Let's not have crying families here at 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's not have Nathan Dunlap's victims having to reopen their wound. We need to close this chapter for them. Vote no. And I hope the governor's watching and will have the fortitude to sign these warrants and close these chapters on this victim, for these victims. Thank you.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I don't know about y'all, but I didn't go to sleep when we left here. I went home and I was awake and thinking about what we had discussed and what we'd heard. And to be honest, after I heard Representative Sullivan, I was done. I could go back and sit in my seat and know that I had heard enough to know that I cannot possibly understand the pain and the anguish that he goes through. And Tom, thank you for coming down and sharing your heart with us. That was important to me, and I know for many of us. I stand by what I said the other night, which is one of my concerns in all of this is that I cherish all life. I don't care if it is a child who does not yet have a voice. I do not care if it is one of the oldest of our society. I focus on what a culture of life looks like. And I think that this issue is one that really pushes me to my limits of how do I understand how I feel like I ought to operate in this world. And I'm a no vote on this because I actually think that balance is important too. That we cannot have the appreciation for all that is good without knowing that there is a penalty for the people who make an act of volition that says, this is what I choose to do, even knowing that the penalty is there. And we have a saying on business committee that when you need to just say ditto, we say ditto. Rep. Sandridge, ditto. We owe an apology. We talked about it the other night to those juries who struggled mightily with the decision they had to make. Because we put that burden on their shoulders to understand where that balance is. We put that burden on their shoulders to understand what it was that was important and what were the factors and what was it that said, this far and no farther, you've crossed that line and you have subjected yourself to a penalty. Having that humility to understand that I cannot explore the depths of our colleagues, of their sorrow and their anguish. Having that humility that this is an academic discussion today and that we are literally not only opening those wounds, but we are saying today that, you know what, we're going to make a decision not necessarily because of an imminent need, but because we want to explore this. It comes at a cost. It comes at a cost, and I think it comes at a cost not just in this body, not just between each other, not just trying to understand here. It comes at a cost for our society. And I think that is absolutely critical to understand. And I'm a no vote here because I think I appreciate that cost, even though it comes at a personal pain to me. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will also rise in opposition to this bill. Now, this, granted, is the onerous responsibility that falls appropriately onto the state. It also, as you know, falls onto the federal government for crimes. They have the authority as well to exercise the ultimate punishment for the ultimate crime. If you listened in until at least 11 p.m. the other night, then you would have heard all the many steps that are taken, thanks to my colleague from Arapahoe County who walked us through. And we were, you know, we stand for those big moments, for those emotional moments, for those moments that demand a deep respect from all of us in the body for the person who's standing here. And that usually lasts for a couple of minutes, where our colleague spoke for a couple of hours and everyone stood for the entire time. As he walked us through all the steps, and it was, I think we were on the edge of our seat that we were standing behind, concerned that just what photos that he was going to be putting up, because he showed us several photos that walked us through that incredible emotional time for him and for his family. He spared us the worst of it, and for that we're grateful, but we're mostly grateful for you, Representative, for what you took us through to give us some understanding of what you have been through for these years, and our heart goes out to you and your family for all of that. Thank you for sharing all of that to us, and we did our best to try to empathize for where you are and what you've been through. All of the steps that he described made it clear that this is not anything that's taken lightly. It is not a rapid process. No one rushes through this. There are many gates that have to pass, and it is up to the selected citizens on the juries to make the final decisions. Those decisions do not come from legislators. They don't come from judges. Those decisions of yes or no come from those citizens that are called, those peers. And if all of those gates, those three gates are passed, and a death sentence is determined, then that person sits in wait for quite a long time, giving typically multiple governors the opportunity to override that decision. So the safety checks are all in place. There was a lot of description of how things can go wrong and how things have gone wrong in the past, and people have been wrongly accused and given the death penalty. But I don't see how there was any accusation made in the state of Colorado for that. There are 3 people on death row now for having committed very famous and very awful, horrendous, heinous crimes. And even the description that we got, that person is not even on death row. But there are three who are unquestionably deserving of the ultimate punishment for the ultimate crime, and crimes of several victims. So what are we trying to fix? What will this fix, is my question. Now, late through the night, we had visitors in the gallery. Now, when the people arise and say, we need you to fix something, they will come down here. Or if we are imposing something onto their children, as we've seen recently, and we'll see again this afternoon, people show up and they will fill this gallery and they will look down on us and they will let us know by their silent presence that they have a concern, they want us to move a certain direction. Well, we had like one person sitting up there in the gallery, and it was not your typical citizen, it was the ACLU. It was an organization staring down at us, one person staring down at us from one professional organization, not the citizens rising up and telling us that we need to rise up and vote for this bill, but rather it was one very biased.
Representative Baisley, please keep it to the bill. We aren't going to impugn organizations, motives, legislators, anything like that here at the well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there's quite the difference between what we heard on the floor and, frankly, the parents who were the two sets of parents of victims that were here who were also opposed to this bill. So what are we trying to fix? So the people are looking to us to be the final arbiters, us, the state, and the judicial system that will rely on the evidence that's created by law enforcement to make that final judgment. The people do not want to make that judgment. The people look to us to do that. That's why we do not have vigilantism, because they know that ultimately those folks in their state government, in their judicial system, will make that awful decision if it comes to that. And sometimes it comes to that. It's not often. It's rare, as it should be rare. But we should not be shedding that responsibility. And that's what this bill does. This bill sheds the responsibility. So then where does the responsibility go? When someone does make that evil decision and kills another person or kills many people, then what? What do the people then do? Where do they put their trust? In themselves? Do we then have chaos because no one is exacting the punishment that is deserving of the worst of crimes? Sometimes the crime simply deserves that capital punishment. I don't know if it's how much of a deterrent that it is, but I don't think that's the point. I think the point is sometimes somebody does something so awful that the punishment of death is deserved. And if that's the case, who should give that punishment? I can think of no entity that's more appropriate than the one that represents the entire citizenry of the state of Colorado for exacting that punishment for breaking a Colorado law of taking someone else's life being illegal. It's our responsibility, and we should not shed that responsibility. We should not throw it back to chaos, to the individuals that are wondering why we're not taking this on for them. We need to maintain that onerous but appropriate responsibility as the state to exercise capital punishment when it is deserved. It's rare, but it will follow every step. And when it does rise to that level, it's up to us to do that, to not throw it back or not to deny to the citizens that we are
Representative
responsible.
Baisley, you have about 30 seconds.
So I'll just ask you to look to yourselves, fellow members, in holding on to that responsibility, voting no on this bill, and keeping our commitment to the people of the state of Colorado. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I come down this morning, I don't do it very often on thirds, but I come down this morning after visiting with one of my district attorney's offices. In a small rural county, sometimes in every county, we need this tool in our toolbox to get the killers to admit where their victims are, to admit some things about the crime that help the victims with closure. Victims are something that this body very rarely considers, it seems like. Bills come that are to try to protect the criminals. People, we need to really, really consider the victims. They're the ones that live with this, the loss of loved ones, their whole life. We need to consider the juries that are put in the position to come up with these verdicts. They don't do it lightly. People, we need to really consider the stake they have in all this. I did hear have some people come to my office and stuff, and I heard some things that were very compelling, that kind of started to cause some fractures in my beliefs. But I went back to the Bible, did some studying. I was shored back up again. I hate the thought of somebody being sentenced to the death penalty, but when they commit that crime, people, they've taken that right away from their victims. I think there are times it is warranted. It is not taken lightly by anybody involved. But I plead with you, listen to our colleague, Representative Sullivan, in his testimony. I can't imagine being in the place he is at, losing. If I lost one of my daughters, I cannot imagine. But he had the courage to come down and lay it all out for us. And I gained a deep respect for Representative Sullivan that night. So please, let's consider what these parents go through whenever some of these crimes are committed, the spouses. I just ask you to join with me in a no vote on this bill. Let's send it to the people. They're the ones that instituted it. Let's let them decide this. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 100. The other night, I said for me, it's about the victims. They have suffered in a way that most of us cannot understand or comprehend. There was a lot of compelling testimony during the evening and into the morning, and I know that I won't forget it. The best thing that could happen is to let the people, the voters, decide whether to repeal this death penalty. But that was turned down. So like my colleagues who have come before me, to the victims, to those families whose lives will never be the same, I am so sorry that we couldn't do more.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know what the citizens of Colorado said to us many years ago when they instituted the death penalty in our state after we had gone back and forth with the pendulum. And as we've been hearing all along, there were multiple amendments run over the last week or two trying to get this bill to go back to the citizens as opposed to us making this very life-changing decision for everybody involved. I don't think anyone in this room takes this vote lightly, and I know that the Senate did not, and I know this is probably one of the harder votes we'll ever take. One thing that I haven't heard anyone say yet is that any one of us could become a victim at any moment. We keep talking about who are we going to take care of, the victims or the criminals. Any one of us could become a victim any time on our way home from work today, tonight in our homes. Anyone can become a victim. But will anyone here become a criminal or an offender? Probably not. I don't think that's very likely for anybody here. That doesn't mean that we have to vote for the criminals versus the victims, but I do think it means that we need to really be paying attention to what the victims have been telling us. And we have been hearing from the victims that are part of our chambers, and we've been hearing that this is a very important aspect and point of their healing process, which they may never, ever heal from, but if this is a step to help them, I'm going to stand alongside the victims and the victims' families and let them get whatever type of healing they possibly can if I can help them do that. Again, we do know what the citizens of Colorado said several years ago, and I think that we should not be taking upon ourselves to contradict that. I know one of the points that we talked about the other night is that the death penalty is irrevocable. Once it's done, you can't undo it. But we also know that there are people that have been in prison for life and escaped. That is also very damaging to victims as well, and victims' families. It scares people. I have known of people in many instances that knew that their offender was out, and obviously that can become a huge part of undoing whatever healing they've been through. I know I've got an article here, I'm happy to share it with anyone, about how serial killer Ted Bundy escaped twice from prison. So he killed dozens of people, yet he escaped twice. So eventually he did get put to death, but it took many, many years for that to happen. I know I've spoken to my DA, and he has explained to me the steps. I know we heard a lot of the steps that that families go through after a crime happens and they lose a loved one. But the district attorneys use this as a tool. As we've heard, how many people have been put to death in Colorado in the last 50 years? One. But it's a good bargaining chip for DAs to use. They have used the threat of the death penalty to find bodies that have been buried that people will not admit to even being part of their disappearance or death. And I want to let the district attorneys do what they can do to help, again, to help victims and victims' families get through the most horrible times of their lives. Criminals have multiple levels of appeals. As you know, we have the public defender's office. There's no reason that if they are needing yet another appeal, that they will not have an attorney to get one, because they will. These things all help with justice. We've heard over and over the whole concept of justice. I know every morning when we say the pledge, there are many people that really focus on the word justice, and we all want justice. We want justice for not just the criminals and the offenders, but we want justice for the victims. And again, I'm leaning towards the victims at this point, because we need a justice system, not just a system. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I stand before you in a humble gesture. I didn't expect to say anything on this topic, but I wrote down a few thoughts only because I feel this topic, a topic that is perhaps the most sacred of all of those that we will touch, the question of life or death, deserves even but a moment of my stumbling, effort to rise to the level of my much more thoughtful and articulate colleagues. This really is very, very humbling. We run for office to make a difference, but rarely are we asked to weigh on something that is this momentous, that is this impactful, and this hard. I consider myself blessed in life because only to the fate of old age have I lost someone who I love. But that does not mean I haven't worried about death, that I haven't reflected upon it. Indeed, I've thought about the safety of my wife running in the dark hours before dawn, my children walking through a public place like a mall, an airport. I think about it when I drop them off in the morning to go to school, and some horrible random act of violence taking them away. As a society, we perceive implicitly and consciously every moment that at any future moment, the whims of fate could twist our lives and carry our loved ones away. We ask ourselves, what would we want if we lost someone we loved to something intentional, fueled by hatred and depravity? And by asking myself that question, I realize the answer is very deeply personal. I have empathy and understanding for my colleagues who might find a different answer. Now, on my personal journey to find the answer to the question before us, many of you moved me through your words shared in this well 2 nights ago and in the wee hours of yesterday morning. Some more than others. Your words, your life experiences shared, your pain communicated have left an imprint on me. You've shaped me as a representative, a Coloradan, and maybe most importantly as a father. Don't measure your effectiveness by where I land on my personal journey. No, my respect for you has only grown. And so Colorado has reserved the death penalty for those tragedies that are so unspeakable that we need for our own peace of mind to know that if there is a remedy, for our own peace of mind to know that it is there as a remedy and as a punishment, so that we may commit to death those that have gone so far from the light that they no longer deserve a place on this earth. But it is my belief as a society, we also draw strength from evolution and forgiveness. For some, this strength is spiritual, a religious belief. For others, it's metaphysical. If nature does not give us the power to bestow life, why should we take it away? For me, I think it is grounded in the hope, even if still nascent, that we can be better as a society. We can grow. We can spend resources on reform, not on appeals, on treating drug addictions, not administering drug cocktails, and by setting an example for the world that we can be better, if only by setting the bar just a little bit higher than we have set for ourselves and society in the past. I'm not so optimistic and naive that I don't recognize the challenge I've set for our state and the good people that live within it, but I nevertheless can dream that by taking away another element of death, we may all, each one of us, no matter what vices and villains we face, be able to rise to a higher calling and come to celebrate the lives of those around us. And so I close by thanking you for allowing me this opportunity to speak on this very important topic, and thanking all my colleagues that have found a place in their hearts to respect each other's views. We are only as strong on our own as we can be together. I urge you to support Senate Bill 100.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A number of folks, as a part of this debate, have made reference to the victims, and in their views on this bill, we should do what the victims should say, and it's sort of spoken on behalf and with respect to the victims. And I just wanted to note the victims have names. They're not the victims. They're individual people, and they're not part of just a giant group of let's talk about the victims and let's figure out how saying the phrase "the victims" works with the political argument I'd like to make today. So there are several people on death row right now. I'd like to give the names of the folks that were killed. And when we talk about the victims, remember that they are all individuals. There are folks who have been through things that none of us, well, not none of us, many of us have never been through. And that using a phrase, the victims, as something that rolls off the tongue in making an argument about what a person does or doesn't believe politically, everybody who falls under that umbrella of the victims hears it every time, not as that's an interesting rhetorical point to make, but as you're talking about one of the hardest things that happened in my life. So the victims' names of the folks who are on death row right now are Javad Marshall Fields, Vivian Wolf, Sylvia Crowell, Ben Grant, Colleen O'Connor, and Marge Kohlberg. May they rest in peace.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for the respectful debate that we had the other night and the respectful debate that we're having this morning. I rise in support of Senate Bill 100. And as I had mentioned the other night, I come from House District 41. I represent that district. It's the smallest district in the state, geographically. The smallest. And I come from a population, from a race, that's one of the smallest minorities in this state. We're 4% of the state as African Americans. So I come from the smallest district and from the smallest race. It seems to me that to find someone that's going to be on death row, it would be like finding a needle in the haystack to find them from my race and from my district. Yet, every single person on death row, 100% of death row inmates, come from my district. They're African American, they're males, my age. That is not justice. That is not equitable. That is one of the last remnants of Jim Crow, if there is a remnant of Jim Crow in Colorado. I am not absolving them for the crimes that they committed. They should be punished. They need to be punished. But why do their lives mean less than someone who commits the same crime in a different part of the state? Why do their lives mean less? Because a jury maybe didn't see their experience in those individuals. Why is their punishment different? You know, I heard here in the well this morning that we didn't get calls from people telling us to run this bill. I did. I'm the only member in this chamber that's got people on death row from their district. I did get calls. I ran on this. When I got elected in 2012 and 2013, this was one of the first bills that I ran. I didn't realize the severity of what I was running when I got into it, but I did shortly afterwards. And I even said to a Republican senator after that bill died, if I could get this done, if this could get done before I leave, I wouldn't run for re-election. Because I know that there's nothing more great that I could do in this chamber. I'm now in the last year of my last term. This means so much to me to see this bill being heard here on this floor. This means so much to me because it says, finally, that there will be equal protection under the law. My heart goes out to the victims. They really do. It really does. Rhonda Fields is a good friend of mine. I ran her first House race. I was her campaign manager. And I know what her family's been through. But we have to govern this entire state, all 5 million people. And if there is a chance that there is inequality or injustice that happens, that we could get it wrong, which we have gotten it wrong before, then we need to change that. It is our responsibility to lead. Members, please, I ask for an aye vote. And I ask for an aye vote because I've waited to see this done for 8 years. I thank you for allowing us to hear this. And again, I thank you for listening.
Representative Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. Nathan Dunlap is not on death row because he's from a certain House district or because of the color of his skin. He's on death row because he slowly, methodically murdered and tortured people. So why do we have the death penalty, members? The first reason is clear, and it's been mentioned several times today, that there are certain crimes that for the protection of society, for the protection of public safety, is necessary. To anyone considering becoming the next James Holmes, the next copycat killer, as John Castillo said in his note to us, this is a deterrent. And that's real. It's something that we need to seriously think about when we vote today. And to the representative from Broomfield who seems frustrated that we keep mentioning statements from victims, the reason is because the victims are crying out to us and they feel as if it's falling on deaf ears. The Castillo stayed till 4 a.m. trying to get folks to listen to us, and you don't have to stand up. But we've heard from victims who have gone as far to try to get us to listen as they run for office. But it's fallen on deaf ears, and there's one family who turned to the media when we wouldn't listen. And for them, it's not a question of policy or morality, it's personal. And that's the case of the family of Ginny Mae, who turned to the media and tried to get their story to us in this house. So I'll read from their story. Ginny Mae was kidnapped, raped, and murdered by the man who was last put to death in Colorado. We were just cruising along thinking life is great, said Susan McLennan, Mae's sister-in-law. The morning of July 21st, 1986 started out like any other summer day in a small eastern town of Byers. Dawson was asleep on the couch, McLean said of her youngest son. She and her 3 small children were home. Her husband was working, and then came a phone call. It was Gary and his wife, Becky. They called and said, I know you have a little girl, and we have brand new clothes that my mom sent, but they don't fit my children. May I drop them off? And members, those of us with kids ourselves, that's a call that we've all received, and we've all welcomed people into our homes for that reason. The clothes were for their daughter, Becky, who was just 8 years old at the time. I remember being excited about getting new hand-me-down clothes, Becky said. Gary Davis and his wife, Becky Finchman, pulled into the McLean's drive a short time later. Finchman came to the door, but Davis stayed in the car. I thought it was very odd, McLean said, but she said he's staying in the car because he has a headache right now. Finchman came to the door and didn't have any children's clothes with her, but instead started talking wildly, according to McLean. She was scary, McLean said. And it was scary and weird. Police later discovered Davis and his wife planned to kidnap Susan, but a ranch hand showed up just in time to foil that plan. The plan was to shove me in the back seat, jump in the front seat, and take off. But our man showed up and scared them away. Gary was still in the car, but he wasn't in the front seat. He was in the back seat, with both doors open, waiting for the victim to come. McLean only learned later the terror she escaped that day. In the meantime, McLean's sister-in-law, Ginny Mae, was home alone with her 2 children. When the plan foiled at Susan's house, they went to Mae's house. They pulled in the yard, telling Ginny they needed to borrow some Finch stretchers and go outside with her little girl, McLean said. As Jenny was in the shed, she was attacked from behind. Again, she was there with her little girl. Her 8-year-old was inside the house, and he could see. As he looked out the window, he saw his mom beaten and taken. It was just 3 days of sheer hell. May was kidnapped, raped, and shot 17 times. The town of Byers was enraged, and after intense pressure from neighbors, police said Davis confessed and agreed to lead them to the bodies if prosecutors didn't pursue the death penalty. He did so anyway. We never gave up hope that she would be okay. But then Big Pete, the investigator, said, we're going to clear the area, fly infrared, and try to find her. We were brought into a room, and they told us it was hard. Like I said, that day defines you. Davis was later sentenced to death, and Finchman was sentenced to life in prison. After 11 years, several appeals, Governor Roy Romer opted out to stay the execution. Governor Romer said it is not a sufficient excuse for what happened to Jenny May that day of Davis's attorney's arguments. He was executed 23 years ago on October 13, 1997, the last man executed in the state of Colorado. It could not be put to rest until he was finally put to rest. Now, 23 later, after Davis was put to death by lethal injection, there's a movement in Colorado to abolish the death penalty, which we have before us today. Something McLean and her family adamantly opposes. It's frustrating to me the legislature, the House, the Senate, and the governor all together feel they can come together and write these new laws on the subject and push them through. She argues it should be a vote of the people, something we attempted to accomplish. It was rejected. I just can't fathom the reason they want to abolish, Wheelman said. It is a deterrent if used appropriately and consistently. She believes Davis would never stop preying on innocent people. It could be your sister, your mother, your daughter, because they have no respect for life. None. They don't care. She said, while it never offers justice, it does offer a sense of closure. It's not justice, but it's an end to a terror streak in our life. Members, please be seated. We stand for victims, not. And I appreciate that, for standing for the victims when we tell their stories. Another reason I think we should keep the death penalty is if we have an inmate or a criminal on the run who knows they are facing a life sentence, there is no deterrent whatsoever to stop them from killing more. Keep in mind, Ted Bundy killed when he escaped from prison, and those facing death in prison will kill again, because there is no higher penalty possible. And there are hundreds and hundreds of people in Colorado prisons today that soon can get away with murder after July 1st because there is no higher penalty possible without the death penalty. Finally, members, we should keep it because of aggravating factors. This bill, remember, does not only get rid of the death penalty, but it puts a permanent legal marker through many high crimes. Rape so heinous it turns into murder. Kidnap drawn out so long and harshly that it turns into murder. Torture so evil that it ends in murder. The one that I can't shake and has been turning my stomach for days has been the story from Firestone. The murder and torture of a person in a position of trust. Another crime we'll get rid of today. Remember, if we vote yes on this. Little kids, little girls like those in Firestone, they don't have cell phones to call for help. They don't have long legs to run away. And even if they could, they wouldn't know to, because the person in a position of trust, those little girls were, because that person that was committing those crimes was in a position of trust, they were frozen, they were stuck, and they were doomed to live out those last, final, terrifying hours. And I can't even begin to imagine what that's like. We tell our kids, my little girl, listen to mom, listen to dad, listen to your teachers, listen to the doctor. I know the doctor might cause a little pain right now, but it's for your good. Those little girls, they were frozen, and they did not know what to do because the person in position of trust had violated that trust in such a horrendous way that he tortured his own little girls. I can't believe we're getting rid of those accentuating factors, and I can't believe we're getting rid of the death penalty. Members, I urge you to search inside your conscience and your soul and vote no on this very bad bill.
Representative Singer.
I just sent one over.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Before I begin my own remarks, because I don't want to confuse them with what I'm about to say, I wanted to share with you my conversation with the dad of Kendrick Castillo, who joined us. So some of you might have noticed I took a little bit of time yesterday just to get to know him. And as we're talking about victims, which I think is one of the most important things that we can do, not just on this bill, but almost everything else we do here, I asked him one question. Well, actually, I asked him a lot of questions, but I only got permission to share the answer to this one. I said, you know, we're talking about your son right now. We're talking about your experiences. You know, is there something else that you want us to know about your son? Obviously, you know, he's a hero, but what else do you want us to know? And he said, well, tell people this. He was a computer guy who was really into the outdoors. We got him a new iPhone every year. It was his passion to study technology. We thought he was going to go to NASA. He got accepted to be an engineer at the Colorado State University. And he could relate to other people. You know, he wasn't just sort of the stereotypical engineer, computer nerd. He was actually someone who could relate to people. He was everyone's best friend, or at least tried to be everybody's best friend. And more importantly than anything else, he was an 18-year-old who never lost his innocence. So I just wanted to share those words with you, and feel free to sit down. I wanted to share those words with you because all of us have tried to put ourselves in his shoes or our friends' shoes who have lost a child, to understand what's happening. And I like to ask myself how I would want to be remembered or how my kids would want to be remembered. And I don't want to lose that part while we're having this debate, because we're so much more than just one bill, any of us. I'll also say this one other thing about my interaction with him. It literally took me about 30 minutes to sum up the courage to tell him that I would probably be voting in favor of this bill today. But I did want to look him in the eye and have him understand where I was coming from. If it helped him in any way gain some sense that there are hearts behind all these thoughts in each of these bills. And when we talk about faith, I shared with him what one of our rabbis said after the morning prayer a couple years ago when we were discussing another bill on physician aid in dying. Senator Court stopped him after he left and said, you know, well, Rabbi, what do they say about, you know, physician aid in dying? What does that look like in our religion? And he said, well, the Talmud instructs us that we should never hasten death, but we should never prolong suffering. What does that mean? I guess that means that I got to go back to temple more. I think the other thing that it means is that regardless of the decision today, regardless of what happens today, we will be prolonging somebody's suffering, because there were people in the gallery the other night that were on the other side of this bill that were family members of victims or had been victims of heinous crimes themselves, survivors of those crimes sometimes, who were in support of this bill. Some people might not have seen them, but they were there. And every time we talk about this, we will prolong suffering. And so this is a challenge that we will continue to face. Passing this bill or killing this bill won't end everyone's suffering. It will help some. It won't help everyone. There will be other people and old wounds that we will reopen regardless of where we are today. And so I am left with this very personal decision. And it's a decision that, like Representative Melton explained, and before him, Representative Morgan Carroll, or Senator Morgan Carroll, and Representative Paul Weissman looked at as well. And the reason I bring up their bill from a couple years ago is because what they did with the death penalty was very interesting. What they said is, we have so many open wounds in our community right now because of the cold cases that exist. We have limited funds and limited resources in a state that needs to balance our budget. And there are literally hundreds, if not almost thousands, of people who have their pain prolonged and their suffering prolonged because they cannot find even the killers yet. And because of limited resources, we unfortunately are closing the door on their opportunity to get closure. And perhaps this bill will give us an opportunity to open up those resources again and have those conversations. The other thing I wanted to talk about is my experience with dealing with the death of a child, dealing with the murder of a child. And some of you have heard this story last year. Frankly, was only able to sum up the courage to talk about it last year and hadn't even shared my own thoughts with my wife before I talked to each of you. So I had a case. Sit down, seriously. This isn't about me. I had a case a couple years ago where I was dealing with a family. It was a domestic violence situation. We get a lot of those in casework. You go out, you talk to the family, you try to get mom to leave the case, leave the situation. We know what's going on. You see bruises. You know what they came from. Mom's not willing to go. You do what you can. 2 months later, my supervisor and her supervisor walk into my office, and Dad got mad, grabbed the kid. The kid's dead. And the feeling that I felt then was not that different than the feeling I felt a couple nights ago. If you've ever been in shock, you feel like you leave your body. And I couldn't feel the soles of my feet even though I was walking on the house floor or walking on the floor of an office. I felt the same way. And my second thought about that, when I looked at the news reports, and they said they were contemplating the death penalty, as I said, good. And the second thought was, I hope they put me on death row too. Because I should have done more. I should have been there to save that kid's life. We know that's not logical, but that is the same thought that comes up every time we talk about this bill. That is my experience with what is happening here today. Because just like we need to stop perpetrators from perpetrating, we need to recognize the pain that people are experiencing and the fact that we have an opportunity when people are on death row. Please, members, sit down. It's literally making me uncomfortable, and now I've made you all uncomfortable. We have an opportunity to understand what is going on in those people's lives to the point where we can stop the next one. I sat on the child fatality review team. We go through autopsy reports that no one should have to look through, crime scene reports that no one should have to look through, and we look through them not for any sense of gore, but because we think that we can actually stop it from happening again, and we figure out better ways. And one of the only ways we can do that is talking to these killers, putting them away, and picking their minds and understanding what is happening. And I'm just going to close on this. With this bill, with this passage, I hope that we can actually do that. We can take apart these killers' minds. We can stop the next one from happening, and the next one, and the next one, and solve some cold cases. And for those who feel like we've failed, or feel like you have failed, Mr. Castillo, Representative Sullivan, you haven't failed. This isn't your fault in any sense of this. And I don't pretend to shroud myself in the cloak of any victim. But what I will say is this, and my wife and I talked about this, and as you as my witness, and as anyone else as my witness today, my wife and I would both like you to know that if anything should happen to us, like happened in the Chuck E. Cheese murders, if anything should happen to us like happened to those 2 little girls, please do not pursue the death penalty. Do not think that taking another life honors our lives, and give us the sense of peace that we know. I'm asking this for you right now to understand where I'm coming from. Please vote yes on this bill, understanding that we still have some pain and suffering to heal either way. And I do look forward to that conversation.
Representative Larson. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I know this will come as a big surprise to a lot of you, but last night I watched most of the Democratic debate. I should have been sleeping, I know that, but I was watching that, and it struck me that what I was watching in that debate was kind of a reflection of what we're doing here with this debate. A lot of people talking, a lot of different ideas, whole lot of words. Some of them, like in this chamber, had to be called down. They were all right there on the stage, and there was no solution. So I thought about that, and I thought, how will all that last night be decided? By a vote of the people. And I thought, you know, we probably ought to do the same. If you look at the history of the death penalty in Colorado, and I hope many of you have, it's a fascinating read. It's a fascinating read. If you look at that, it all started unofficially, and I say unofficially because Frontier Justice took care of a lot of that before then, but in 1859, John Stoffel was hanged for murder 2 days after his trial. And then in 1897, not too long after that, we abolished the death penalty. Starting to sound familiar? So then the pendulum starts the other way. In 1901, we reinstated it. Why would we do that? Because vigilante justice was taking over. Because it seemed like there was not a penalty that would stifle the behavior, so it was reinstated. And then, I'll cut that story short, please look up the history. We go through the evolution of humane death penalty. So we left the rope, we went to gas, we went to electricity, then we went to drugs, so we could make it more humane.
You know I don't see these notes.
If killers, rapists, murderers, torturers become more humane in our society, I contend they become worse. Now we stand at another decision point, like our ancestors before us. What do we do with the death penalty in Colorado? How do we know what the people want? Usually, I know pretty well what my 4 counties want overall. Well, I know that I represent every Democrat in that district, every independent, and every Republican, but I kind of know the sense of how those 4 counties feel. That's not the case right now. And trust me, where's Representative Melton now? There you are. Trust me, I understand your 7-year quest. I do. Coming to this chamber and going on that quest. I understand that more than most. But because of the debate we had, however long that went, I still had a head clear enough to think, you know, maybe I should do some more checking. So yesterday, bless their hearts, when the people came into my office, I started asking them. And on the phone, I'm talking to a Republican chair of one of my counties. I'm thinking slam dunk, right? Keep it. He said, I'm not sure we ought to retain that. So then I have a liberal, bleeding heart liberal in my office. Slam dunk, right? Get rid of it. No, they said, what are you thinking? Keep it. Seriously. So then I start rethinking this whole thing of all those people I referred to that would fill Bronco Stadium that I represent. I really don't know where they'd come down on it. I really do not. That's why I'm thinking that we need to allow them to make that decision. And you all know, I have no problem speaking for rural Colorado. I have no problem doing that because most of the time I know where they're coming from. I do not. This morning I was on the phone with a constituent that moved to Colorado from Oklahoma. I'm thinking this will swing the pendulum, right? Keep that death penalty. Response? I don't know how I feel about it, Jim. So that firmly convinced me that I cannot stand here and tell you how my constituents feel about this. Because I was 0 for 3. And I think I'd probably be 0 for most of those 70-some thousand people. So I'll close with this, to use the legalese that we hear a lot, and I'm no attorney, as Representative Gray knows, because we discuss from time to time. The sponsors, to me, and I appreciate your efforts on this because you believe passionately in this, and I understand that. I've been on those quests. But to me, it has not been proven beyond a shadow of doubt that I should vote to abolish the death penalty, because I cannot vote and represent my constituents, which I do not know where they're coming from. I do not know the answer to that. So because that has not been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, I will have to vote no. Thank you.
Madam Speaker Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So one of my nearest and dearest friends in Boulder, we've been friends for 15 years. We were pregnant together and did triathlons together and have raised our boys together, is a remarkable woman named Madeline Cohen. And Madeline is just one of a handful of attorneys in Colorado, really in the United States, who represents death row inmates. She is Nathan Dunlap's attorney, and she is one of my very best friends, and I'm going to read a statement from her. Dear Speaker Becker, thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts on the Colorado Legislature's consideration of Senate Bill 100, legislation that would repeal the death penalty in our state. In my capacity as an assistant federal public defender from 2002 to 2015, and as an appellate and post-conviction defense attorney in private practice, I've represented death-sentenced individuals for more than 20 years. I've worked on capital cases not just in Colorado, but also Oklahoma, Kansas, Florida, Texas, and in the federal system. This experience has taught me much about the brokenness of our capital punishment system. In Colorado and around the country, we do not single out the worst of the worst for the death penalty. While all of my clients were involved in homicides, some as perpetrators, some as accomplices, the real common ground was that every one of them experienced extreme trauma in their childhoods. Virtually all grew up with poverty and neglect, and most, if not all, suffered from mental illness. Most, but not all, were Black or brown. In other words, all of these men were themselves vulnerable and victimized. I do not say this to make you feel sorry for those who have committed terrible crimes, but only to highlight the arbitrariness and unfairness that is baked into our death penalty system and that the system perpetuates. By eliminating the death penalty, we can free up many resources to better serve those affected by violent crime, while also facilitating the resolution of the legal proceedings, which, while they are ongoing, delay healing and maintain public attention on perpetrators. It may seem strange that as someone who makes my living representing people under the death sentence, I want capital punishment to end, but I do hope that the Colorado legislature will put me out of this particular job. Certainly, the death penalty is expensive. We know that a death penalty case costs many times as much just to take to trial as a first-degree murder case where the death penalty isn't sought. And will cost over the defendant's entire life in prison. Our tax dollars can be better spent on programs to help and heal, rather than on deciding whether to kill. I applaud the Colorado legislature for taking this important step towards justice, fairness, and serving the public good. That's just one perspective of someone like myself who has not experienced being the victim of a crime or having a family member being the victim of a crime. We also haven't experienced, we don't know the pain of growing up Black or brown in a very underserved, underprivileged community. I don't know either side of that. I just know I'm one of 100 people that's being asked this month to decide where I stand on this issue. It's not easy. But I do believe the death penalty is broken. I don't think it serves the purpose it was intended to do, which is to provide justice and provide fairness and to provide resolve. Wherever you are all individually, you are trying to make the most righteous decision, and I respect and honor whatever your decision is on any side of this. We all came here to do what we think is right, and I think it's fair wherever you land. There's no one that is more righteous than anyone else on this. You stand by victims, or you stand by those who are victims themselves in the criminal justice system. I respect all of that. I think the system is broken, and I have the opportunity, given my position in this body, my opportunities in this world, to try to make something better for those who don't have that power and that opportunity. So I am a yes on Senate Bill 100, and I appreciate and respect any one of you, however you vote. I think we have a broken system, and I want to do what I can today to help fix it. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You know, members, as I tried to go to sleep Sunday night in advance of our second reading debate, obviously this weighed heavily on my mind. I know I wasn't the only one. I contemplated the enormity of this issue and the way that it has presented itself in our General Assembly this year. I thought of the ways in which crime and punishment have played out in my city, which is Aurora, and in the lives of colleagues that I've known for years, some cases since before we all came in here. Colleagues I respect and who continue to teach me things day by day, things about courage and determination and endurance and hard work, and about what it means for a father to love a son. I thought of the 6 hours of testimony that we heard last week in committee, and about the dozens of victims who shared not just their stories, but their souls with us, some who opposed repeal, and many also who supported repeal. Members, Judiciary Committee tends to be the committee where victims of crime come to speak with us. Anyone is free to join us sometime. So with all of that, I tried to think of what words that could possibly do justice to the enormity of this decision that we grapple with and all of the lives that it touches in so many different ways. And after thinking about it for a while, I found those words not in a court case or in a treatise or in a law journal article, but in the work of an Irish poet, because the Irish know a few things about suffering and endurance. Too long a sacrifice can make a stone of the heart. Oh, when may it suffice? That is heaven's part. Our part to murmur name upon name as a mother names her child when sleep at last has come on limbs that had run wild. That's Easter 1916 by William Butler Yeats. Members, every homicide crime is an unwilling sacrifice of children by parents or parents by children or friends and neighbors by a community. And if that sacrifice does not make a stone of the heart of a survivor, it will certainly make the heart as heavy as stone going forward as names are murmured in memory. As a prosecutor that we heard from in the Judiciary Committee said, every victim's pain is equal. And as a survivor who testified in favor of this bill said to us in Judiciary, remember our loved ones as they lived. Remember our loved ones as they lived. So members, I believe, having heard everything that I've now heard about this and having read everything that I've read, that we remember, we most honor loved ones as they lived by meting out the more swift and the permanent punishment in the form of life in prison without the possibility of parole for those who commit these most egregious offenses that we're talking about, and not by engaging the slow, cumbersome, costly, uncertain, inequitable, fallible, legally infirm, increasingly abandoned, and, yes, I will again assert, immoral machinery of death. Life sentences mean that a tragedy is met by a firm response and that thereafter the focus shifts away, as it should, away from the offender and returns to families and the communities that were impacted by crime. We know all too well that when capital punishment is sought, the news accounts can keep the offender front and center in the public consciousness for years and years. And I think it's important to state that a life sentence does not mean in any way lesser recognition under the law of the gravity of an offense or the harm that an offender caused. We are still talking about a first-degree felony. We are still talking about the most serious offense classification under our law. When we try to go beyond that, when we ask, well, which offenders should get the death penalty instead, we're in effect asking, what kind of person is the offender? We talked about that a lot the other night on second reading. We grappled with it, we struggled with it, and we should struggle with it. And I want to note that we are very, very far from the only ones who've ever struggled with it. It actually goes back centuries. In 1689, the English Bill of Rights said the following: excessive bail ought not to be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. 1689. Now, if that sounds like our Eighth Amendment, ratified in 1791, it's because it was, in fact, just about the verbatim basis for our Eighth Amendment, which is to say, we've been grappling with this question since before we were a country. But that said, the modern history of the death penalty, I think, begins in 1972 when the Supreme Court considered the case of Furman v. Georgia that invalidated the death penalty under the 8th and 14th Amendments. And to give everyone an idea how hard it has been for our High Court to grapple with this issue, there were 9 different opinions in Furman v. Georgia. That almost never happens. One of those dissenting opinions was by Justice Harry Blackmun, who was personally opposed to the death penalty, but dissented because he thought that the repeal ought to happen not in the courts, but in legislatures, like this one. That was 1972, but 22 years later in 1994, and having heard who knows how many capital cases that went on cert to the Supreme Court, Justice Blackmun had seen and heard enough, and he had changed his mind, and I want now to quote from an opinion of his. "From this day forward, I shall no longer tinker with the machinery of death. For more than 20 years, I have endeavored, indeed, I have struggled along with a majority of this court to develop procedural and substantive rules that would lend more than the mere appearance of fairness to the death penalty endeavor. Rather than continue to coddle the court's delusion that the desired level of fairness has been achieved, I feel morally and intellectually obligated simply to concede that the death penalty experiment has failed. It is virtually self-evident to me now that no combination of procedural rules or substantive regulations ever can save the death penalty from its inherent constitutional deficiencies. The basic question, does the system accurately and consistently determine which defendants deserve to die, cannot be answered in the affirmative. The problem is that the inevitability of factual, legal, and moral error gives us a system we know must wrongly kill some defendants, a system that fails to deliver the fair, consistent, and reliable sentences of death required by the Constitution." End of the quote. So when we ask what kind of person is this offender, I think that we are actually asking the wrong question. I think instead we need to ask, what kind of people are we? Are we in Colorado the people who will insist on the lex talionis, the law of retaliation? Are we people who will remain unmoved by what we know to be true about the inequities of race and means and representation and geography in the capital system, about DNA exonerations and forced confessions, all of which are serious enough, but at least in theory reversible in a non-capital case, but for which there is no margin of error when we speak of putting somebody to death? Or instead, will we be a different kind of people in Colorado? Will we find a way, and we can do this, to do justice without millions of dollars and thousands of hours in capital trials? Will we yield to the ugly reality that throughout our history, the death penalty has disproportionately been used against people of color and against the poor and against the developmentally disabled? Will we be gravely concerned, as we should be, that DNA evidence exonerates about 1 out of every 10 defendants sentenced to death around the country? Will we notice the difficulty that even our highest court in this country has had trying to reconcile the death penalty with our Constitution? Will we be persuaded by the increasing number of our sister states, red and blue and purple alike, and fellow nations around the world, 160 of them in one count that I saw, who are abandoning the death penalty, either in law or in fact? Will we no longer arrogate to ourselves judgment over life and death, a judgment that I think faith traditions around the world since the dawn of humankind have reserved to other higher powers? Will we finally in Colorado commit, as Justice Blackmun stated 26 years ago, that we shall no longer tinker with the machinery of death? I really hope that we will. I really hope that we will. Please vote
20
yes
seconds.
on Senate Bill 100. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Larson? No. Representative Liston?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I've been listening to all of the talks, and I respect everything that that everyone's been saying, because I know that we all feel passionate about this. You know, quite frankly, in all my years down here, I never would have thought that I would be standing here right now talking to you about such an important issue. Forgive me if I say something that potentially might offend you or not. I'm not here to do that because I know we're very passionate about this. But like I say, in all my years here and all the years that I've served my House district from Colorado Springs in El Paso County, and I've talked to many, many thousands of my constituents over the years, I must admit to you that, and I'm not exaggerating, and especially over this last year, I've never had a constituent that's ever come to me and said, Larry, go up there and repeal the death penalty. That's what I want. And that's Scout's honor. As you know, I'm an Eagle Scout. So, you know, I'm just really, I too represent, because we all represent the same number of people. We represent about 77,000 people based upon the census of 10 years ago. But here we are. We had a very earnest debate about this the other night, and you listen and you learn about it. I'm down here on behalf of the people of my district, and more importantly, because you heard me talk about it the other night, I'm still, you know, we all remember where we were on certain events, whether it was 9/11 or for the older generation, I'm not quite there yet, Pearl Harbor and so forth. We all remember where we were at specific points in times. It leaves an indelible impact on us. And I remember that date back in December of 1993, the Chuck E. Cheese murders. Even though I don't live in the community, I can still remember that and what happened and just how horrific it was. I was I'll say a young adult. I was an adult, and for some reason that has always stuck with me in my mind. I don't know why exactly, except of the brutality and the senseless murder of those innocent people, 4 innocent people in the prime of their lives, especially, well, you know, they're all the same, but 3 young people, 17, 18, 19 years old, out there in one of their first real jobs, trying to get a jump start on life. You heard me say that one of the murdered, and I'm going to repeat their names here. It was going to be, she had just found out, it was the night that she found out she was going to get her first car. Anyways, I'm here on behalf, and Lord knows, like the speaker said, I'll be very frank with you, I have not known the tragedy, and hopefully most of us in this room have not known nor will ever know the tragedy of murder within close friends of our family. You know, it's something that we really can't walk in those footsteps, unlike some people in this room. You know, we can't do it. But I'm here to speak out once again and remind of the victims. You know, Margaret Kohlberg, who was senselessly and cruelly murdered, and Sylvia Crowell, the Chuck E. Cheese murder, and Ben Grant, and especially, like I say, especially, I just can't get over it, Colleen O'Connor, who got on her knees and begged for her life, begged for her life. And the murder, I won't repeat his name because we all know it, unfortunately, murder, and he took that pistol and he shot her right in the head. I just can't get over it. She was 17 years old. I have a daughter. Maybe that's why this left such an indelible impact on me. So I have a young daughter. She's a grown young lady now. And I have a granddaughter. And I think, gosh, what if that happened to them? I would be devastated. We would all be devastated. And when something like that happens, we're not looking for vengeance. We're looking for justice, just simple justice. And if it doesn't come to the death penalty, so be it. But let's not take this tool away from our prosecutors. Please sit down, members, please sit down. Naughty. But let's not take this important tool away from our prosecutors who know how to use it properly and judiciously and wisely. This is not the Wild West of the 1890s, where they just because you inadvertently, you know, in a fit of passion, you killed somebody and they go, well, let's go out and hang them. That doesn't happen anymore. In fact, the facts are, as we all know, it's rarely used. It bears worth repeating that the only time it's been used it's been used once in the last 50 years here in Colorado. So on behalf of my constituents that I hear from, I know we all do, but there's not a groundswell of support for this measure. The last name I want to bear, that I want to mention is the last victim, is Bobby Stevens. So, you know, part of why I'm down here, and I'm in the minority party, I've been in the minority, I accept it, and I know that the majorities rule, but I'm down here to express my frustration. I know there was lots of debate, and we heard it all, but so the people can also know, you know, true honest debate is not always, it's governed by certain rules, which we all know. But part of the reason I'm down here is I'm frustrated on behalf of the legislative process and the chicanery of the legislative manipulation that what we had to go through. I can accept how things happen because there again, I'm in the minority. But when our side brings a sincere, well thought out measure, for instance, the referred measure, you know, to add an amendment to referred measure, it was ruled out of order. Okay, we accepted that. So then we had a debate, or we tried to have a debate about the petition clause. You know, so people know and understand this bill has the safety clause. We all know what that means. It basically means that once the bill passed, it's signed, sealed, and delivered, that there will be no further discussion on this type of bill. So we tried sincerely and honestly to say, well, let's, as it's been brought out time and time again, let's because I don't pretend, especially on something that is of this importance.
Less than 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. is, so anyways, so the petition clause was ruled out of order. You know, we didn't even have a chance to refer it back to the people. As it's been said repeatedly, let's let the people decide on this. But we couldn't do that. And then we offered an honest, sincere amendment. Well, geez, what if a first responder, you know, a police officer or fireman or whatever, was murdered in the line of duty? Shouldn't that qualify? Well, no, that was overruled. So now, inadvertently, this is my opinion, we have inadvertently put our first responders, especially our police and sheriff's officers, in even greater risks of their lives when they're out to try and protect us. Is the criminal element in our society, it will get out there that if you murder a police officer, you will never be put to death if this bill passes. So we are going to inadvertently, my prediction, unfortunately, is that we're going to put our men and women in blue in even greater jeopardy. Make no mistake about it, members, is evil will continue to exist in our society, whether we like it or not. We may think we're getting rid of bad people and we're going to turn bad people around. You know, we may be successful with some, but evil is still out there. And whether we pass, when you pass this bill, it will still be there. And last but not least, and I'll close, you know, we talked about fixing something. Well, we're not going to fix the death penalty, we're just going to eliminate it. If we took that same type of logic, we wouldn't have ever fixed airplanes, we would have just outlawed airplanes. So members, I respectfully ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 100. Thank you.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start off by thanking the sponsors for bringing this bill. We heard in seconds that why are we doing this, that this doesn't matter. I would disagree with that. I would say this does matter. This matters very much to the state of Colorado and to many people in this state. And I also want to say that you're not wrong. You're not wrong for bringing this. I'm also up here not to tell anyone in this room how to vote, but I want you to hear my perspective. I'm the state representative for House District 34. And I love it. I love being that representative. I love fighting for my community. I'm lucky enough to represent the community that I was born and raised in. And it's an honor to be their voice down here. It's an honor to make sure that they have a voice. It's a hardworking community. Nothing's given to the people in my community. They work for everything that they have. They voted for me based off my morals and my convictions. They voted for me based off of who I am, my story, that I'm one of them. But do you know what makes me who I am? It's being a father. It's being a husband. It's being a son and a neighbor and a friend. And that honor that I have in representing my community, it pales in comparison. It's not even in the same league as being the father to Gabriella and Logan and Autumn Grace. And on Monday we had a break. And I went up and I had lunch with Logan, and I had lunch with Autumn Grace right after Logan got out of preschool. And I was looking at it. I looked at Logan and I looked at Autumn as I had this amazing opportunity that I don't typically get because we're working during the day to go have lunch with my kids. And I thought about Representative Sullivan. I thought about Senator Fields. I thought about members of our community that They don't get that opportunity ever again. They don't get to have lunch with their kids. They don't get to see that smile. They don't get to experience the things that I have the opportunity to experience. And it breaks my heart when I think about if I ever lost one of them. If something ever happened to them, because I know what I would want to happen to that person. And that may be wrong. That may make, my morals may be out of whack there, but I know what would want to happen to them. And I ask myself, how do I go look another father in the eye? How do I go look another mother in the eye, or a grandfather or a grandmother, and tell them that they can't have the perceived justice that I would want if something happened to my kids? But this isn't an easy decision, members, because I also recognize that the system is broken. I don't believe that it's a coincidence that we have 3 men on death row in Colorado and all 3 of them are black. I don't believe that's a coincidence. I believe that Representative Melton makes a very good case. But like I said, I was sent down here by my constituents based off my morals and my convictions, based off of what's in my heart. And I can't look Representative Sullivan in the eye. I can't look other members of my community in the eye who have lost family members who would want that if I would want the same thing. And for that reason, I will be a no today. It didn't come easily. There was a lot of tears, a lot of discussions with my wife, a lot of discussions with my constituents. And I don't, like I said, I don't believe that the sponsors are wrong for bringing this. But I also have to vote with what's in my heart. And I want to thank everyone for giving me the time to share that perspective and thank the sponsors again.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your attention. This is such a passionate and difficult decision we make here. And as one of the newest legislators, I didn't realize this job was going to be so hard. I'm not thankful that here we are in the 6 weeks or 7 weeks I've been here, and this incredibly difficult decision is before me. I had no idea. So I have much greater respect for all of you, Madam Speaker, and all of you legislators in this House chamber. And it is a great honor to be here with you. I am saddened. I'm saddened for Colorado. I'm saddened for the criminals and the victims. I understand the debate. I'm saddened for society. I'm saddened for the social injustice, not only to the perpetrators who have had terrible life experiences that have led them down this evil path to the culmination of heinous and vicious crimes of murder in the first degree with premeditation. We all have choices in this life. We have a choice to say no to violence, which we need to echo in this state loudly. We have a choice for life. Life at the beginning and life before the end of human life. And we need to remember that. But I really am saddened for the future victims of these heinous crimes. Now, my religious beliefs as a Christian and a Catholic tell me, and I know the Padres, and I heard the testimony from Representative Sullivan about my priests. It saddened me that they weren't there when Representative Sullivan needed them most, but then they came later and pleaded for consideration of human life. Father Merrick, I apologize for saying those words, but I must. It is in my heart. But unfortunately, I will speak of a different thing. I will speak of Colorado being manipulated by external political forces. This is something that no one will speak of, I believe, this morning. These antagonists need not be mentioned. They are acronyms that have 4, 5, or 6 letters. I call them master puppeteers because Colorado does not have a problem. We have a perceived problem. We as a state are one of the most careful in the application of the great responsibility of capital punishment, and history shows it. In most cases, the governors reject it when it comes time to put the ink to the paper. This is not a problem in Colorado. It was certainly argued by the bill sponsors, and the argument of the safety clause was ridiculous because they spoke that it should protect the death row inmates rather than the larger citizens of this great state of Colorado. This is curious to me. I can't comprehend it. It is incomprehensible. Colorado citizens from House District 64, and I hear this at every town hall meeting, every legislative update, they've had enough of outsiders trying to change our state and manipulate our politics. They've had enough. Colorado is a western state. We're a Rocky Mountain state. We've been given beauty of this state from God, and we know what it means to be good, righteous, honest citizens. We respect life. We respect the natural beauty of our state. We respect our history. We respect our legacy. And the history of the death penalty in Colorado is something that we are proud of. Why? Because we don't use it. Unless it is absolutely the most necessary thing. And the governor, who is the leader of this state, has the ultimate decision. And our laws give him the right and the responsibility, which he can say, no, I vote for life before I vote for death. And that vote has been given. So how can you tell me this is a necessary problem that must be solved today or tomorrow or in 30 or 60 days? It confuses me as a citizen, and it confuses the citizenry. We scream for representation from Colorado, free of outside influences. We don't need the help of these acronyms. We don't need the help to become more like Pacific Coast states such as California, Washington, or Oregon. We don't need that, and Coloradoans reject that. Well, not all Coloradoans, obviously. The outsiders continue to circle this Capitol. And the night we had very long and very emotional debate, they were in the gallery, circling like sharks in the sea. I watched them. Of course, as a new legislator, I didn't understand the magnitude of their influence, but now I do. We ask for these organizations to stay out of our state politics. This is a Colorado issue, and we are Colorado citizens. We've grown tired of their manipulation in our politics, our policies, and the future of our state.
Representative Holtorf, we are not imputing motive of legislators, organizations, or anyone else. This is not an opportunity to degrade anyone. You can speak to the bill, but please keep your comments respectful.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will follow your very wise and experienced guidance, ma'am. Sadly, I believe that we need to continue to represent Colorado. We need to think about what is best for Colorado. This is a Colorado issue, but maybe it's not even an issue at all. I believe Colorado citizens need to rise up and do what this body will not. The petition clause was rejected on second reading. My party offered this remedy, but it was not allowed or considered. I don't know if we even voted on it. I believe it was gavelled down. Yes, we did. We did? Yeah. Okay, so we voted on it, but it was defeated. Okay? But thank you, Representative, for helping me. But the people who we represent, or what we're here to do is think about the people. So Colorado citizens have to do something now because this esteemed body will not. Rise up and begin the procedures to build a ballot initiative in this state. If the citizens desire to repeal the death penalty, then it will be God's will and the citizens' will to do so. And all of us who stand against this bill will respect the wishes and will of the people. But to not allow that confuses me. When the legislature passes this bill and the governor signs it, because as they say in the country where I come from, the cat's already in the bag. It's already in the bag. It might have been in the bag before we went to committee of the whole and second reading. I don't know. But what I found most interesting is the dynamic that took place in this chamber.
You have about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The GOP stood up with amendment after amendment after amendment without consideration and ruling that it was not relevant to the title. When, as I watched, it seemed clearly relevant if you would consider the interpretation. I will point out that I remain saddened and will continue to be saddened as this day ends because I know where this is going.
Your time is up.
I'm strongly opposed to this bill and urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Dear colleagues, this is my first time coming down to the well. See, I'm new here. It's not my job to lecture, but to listen and learn. So I didn't speak the other night. I listened, and I'm learning. But you see, I wasn't the only one. One of my constituents was here the other night. She's a family member of one of Nathan Dunlap's victims, and she wants you to know that she was here the other night because she supports this repeal. She wants you to know that others were here with her who feel the same way. She was not and is not alone. And before you attempt to speak for her, she wants you to know that she and other members of her family do not believe in the death penalty. She wants you to know that she's here, right now, listening and watching. And she wants you to know that she accepts your apology. Please vote yes.
Representative Buenteo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, this is the first time I've ever spoken on third reading. And I went back and forth about whether or not to say something. But I feel it is my moral obligation to speak up in support of this bill. Like so many have already said, the death penalty is fundamentally broken. It does not serve its purpose. It's expensive, costing our state millions of dollars in a time when we can't even afford working electricity in our classrooms. I've been there. I've worked in those unair-conditioned classrooms. I see it. I could tell you statistic after statistic about how it doesn't make anyone safer, how it unfairly targets minorities such as myself. But frankly, that's not what got to me. I'm haunted by the words of one of my colleagues who spoke in defense of the death penalty and said that no, the death penalty in fact works really well because you see only 0.5%, maybe at most 2% of innocent people are executed by the death penalty. There's this long drawn out process, and that I, as a citizen, need to trust the system. But you see, for me as a Catholic, even one innocent life is too many. Joseph Arity didn't deserve to die. He is the disabled man who is executed by Colorado. My heart broke when Representative Benavidez described his forced confession. And the piece that haunted me in my nightmares was his request for ice cream for his last meal. Because as a special ed teacher and as a mom to a disabled boy, I could see that being any one of my students. And God forbid, I could see that being my son. Don't tell me to trust the system with my son's life. Don't tell me that 2% of innocent people being executed is somehow acceptable. It is not. And I would argue that anyone who would make a statement like that does not value human life. Joseph Arity's life mattered. His execution is a dark stain on Colorado's history. 2% is too many. Southern Colorado elected me to make hard decisions. And yes, this was a hard decision for me. But as a Catholic, this is not negotiable. Pueblo is overwhelmingly Catholic. We value life. We want to ban this barbaric practice. I am going to vote yes today to close this ugly chapter in Colorado history so that there will never be another Joseph Arity ever again in our history. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I was sitting here and I was contemplating the words that were said earlier. This is obviously a personal issue for me, not as personal as it is for some, but probably more personal than it is for most. And I actually have been thinking quite a bit about what our majority leader said in his comments. And I appreciated them, and they really got me thinking about how we progress as a society and how this is a difficult and deeply personal decision, and that many good people on both sides of the aisle are going to arrive at different decisions. And I think that's absolutely the correct way to look at this. But there are a few things that I want to address here, and I will walk you through a little bit of how I have personally wrestled with this. Obviously, I have a bias, and to be honest with you, I don't know if I can honestly tell you that I am approaching this as a dispassionate person. So I don't know if the justice that I seek is retaliatory and for retribution, which goes against my personal faith beliefs, but that's something that I wrestle with. Or if this is the seeking of justice in a more altruistic and stately way. I like to think that it's that, but I can't honestly tell you if that's what it is. But there are a few arguments I don't. When we make these decisions, there are reasons that you could be in support of repealing this, but there are a few reasons I do not want. And when you go to push that button, I hope that this is not the only reason that you vote yes, because if it is, I think that is the worst reason. Do not be swayed by the argument that this is an expensive process, because this is an expensive process because people make it that way. It's not an expensive process because there is an inherent cost that makes it more costly to to put somebody to death over the course of 10 or 20 years after exhaustive appeals than it is to let them live out their natural lives in jail, being provided health and food and care and comfort. It's expensive because people have decided to spend thousands, tens of thousands of hours and tens of millions of dollars across this country giving aid and comfort to people who have committed the most heinous crimes. And yes, as I said before, we have made mistakes, and we will continue to make mistakes as a country. But when I think of all of the time and all of the money that have been spent defending the most heinous, disgusting human beings that have walked this earth, and the money we don't spend on the families that have to lose those people, and the money that we don't spend giving proper education and supports to kids that might end up going down a similar path, I don't understand. I honestly don't get why people would do that. I understand why people want to go volunteer at a homeless shelter. I understand why people want to go and volunteer at an IDD awareness or help kids. I don't understand why you would want to help murderers. I just don't get it, and I never will, and I apologize for that. But I do not understand, and I can't find it in my heart, why you would want to spend your time and your money defending somebody and giving free aid and comfort to people who, in cold blood, murdered other people's children. So if that's the reason you're voting for this bill, because you think it's too expensive, vote no. And let's come together and let's figure out a way to make sure that these appeals processes are cleaned up. And if the reason that you're voting no or voting yes today is because you think there are racial inequities, then vote no, and let's figure out a way to make this better. Let's figure out a way to fix this system, because you know what? I look back at the history of how this has been applied, and it's a heck of a lot better than it was 100 years ago. We don't gather in the town square and bring children to executions. We don't hang them high. We don't railroad people. We don't force and cajole confessions out of the developmentally disabled. There is a process. There is an exhaustive process that we go through. And you know what? That process could be better. And let's make it better. But if that's why you're voting yes today, that's not a good enough reason. We as a society do evolve, as the majority leader said. But when I think about government, government is inherently a collection of the people. And government is the ultimate arbiter. We get together and decide that we want to live in an ordered society, a society governed by laws, a society that says certain things are allowable and certain things aren't allowable. And until we have perfected the human condition to where there are no longer murderers, no longer people who are going to go and take these lives, then I do not understand how we can, as a society, come together and say that, you know what, we as a collection of the people are not capable of taking another person's life after they have been adjudicated. However, the individuals in this society are still capable of that. How can we call that a society of justice where any one of us could go out and take another human being's life, but we, as a collection of the people, as a government, do not have that power? I don't understand how we can call that a justice system. And I don't understand how we can tell that to the people who lose family members in this. I don't understand how we can go to them and say, I'm sorry, the government cannot stop this person from taking your child, but it can stop us from taking that person's life. I don't understand that. Because no matter how long we live as human beings, well, again, I don't have a crystal ball, so maybe we'll get past the point where there is murder. And you know what? I hope we do get to that point. It's not going to happen in any of our lifetimes or anyone who's alive today's lifetime. But until we get to that point where there is literally no taking of innocent life, how can we say, as a state, as a government, that the power that each one of us has as individuals to take an individual person's life. And it's not a righteous power. It's not a power we should ever exercise. No one ever should. But nonetheless, we have it. And some people will use it. How can we as a society say, we'll protect those people, we'll protect the murderers, but we can't protect the people who are murdered? We will give them due process. We will give them a place to live, food to eat, medical care. How can we do that? I don't understand it. So, like I said, this is a deep and personal position. I hope that each one of you have struggled with this as I have struggled with it. But when you go and press that button today, I ask that you reflect on why you are doing it and search deep down in your heart. I do that sometimes on votes that we take here. Some of these votes are easy, some of them are hard. This is a hard one. But know why you're pushing that button. And I hope today, of all votes that you cast down here, that it is not because of politics, that it is not because of some meeting that you might have had, but you have searched your soul, that you have tried as much as possible, and it is impossible to put on the shoes of a victim, but that you have tried as much as possible to think about that, and to think about what message this is saying. Because there are, and again, we heard, there's going to be difference even amongst the victim community. But for some people, the message that we are going to say if we repeal this death penalty is that the state cares more about the person who killed your family members than it does about you. There are going to be people that are going to hear that message. And if one of those people ever asks you, or you have a one-on-one conversation with you, I hope you have a good thing to say to them. And I hope that it's something better than, well, there was a lot of pressure on me.
You've got about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we do, or Madam Speaker, I apologize. So when we do cast our vote, I hope that you will vote no, but at the very least, I hope that you search your souls and know exactly the reason that you are doing this, and that it's a good one. So.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I've been sitting over there crying. I know that I shared with you all that I was a journalist and I have witnessed an execution. I know I've been there when the execution was staged and the little red phone rang next to me. So again, this is not an easy thing. And then I realize, I guess, that while I am not a victim, I've spent so much time with so many, and that having this discussion has caused me to relive trauma that I didn't know that still existed within me. So I was sitting over there and I remembered this family when I worked in Texas. And I started Googling and I pulled up the case and I was shocked. I was very close, ended up being close to this family. I covered their case from the beginning to the end. It was a case where their son, their 3-month-old son, went missing. And he was found buried in a wine box in a field. I covered the trial. The woman who was found guilty was sentenced to death, and I just found out that 2 days away from her execution, the medical examiner decided that it was impossible to attribute the child's head injury to an intentional murder. He recanted his testimony, and she got a new trial, 2 days. before she was supposed to be executed. She had said that it was an accident. I don't know what the truth is. What I do know is the incredible pain that not that I shared, that was felt by that family. Under her new plea, she was going to get credit for the time already served, which meant that she could have been released in 4 years. A couple of months after she got that new plea deal, she died in prison. And this news article quotes the family as saying, when she died, "We do not believe that the 25 years is an adequate punishment for the crime that she's committed and the pain she put our family through. Justice has not been served. I don't feel any closure." The father saying, after the death, "Well, I guess now my family can finally move forward." This is so difficult when you're the family, the victim of such an awful act. I can't fathom what they felt, thinking they were going to have to relive this thing. And then this woman actually dying. But what I do know is that this medical examiner 19 years later comes back and says, "You know what? Maybe I made a mistake." And that says to me that yes, the system is broken. I told you about the guy that I interviewed who DNA evidence exonerated him and he was released. I told you about the things he hadn't seen in his life. I looked in these parents' eyes and I looked in his eyes. I saw their pain, and when he came back, I saw his life. Representative Sullivan is my neighbor. Senator Fields lives up the street from me. The 3 men on death row are from my community. I don't take this decision lightly at all. And I've lived like 2 different sides of it. So it's so difficult. But in this very moment that I stand here, I think that I have to push the green button. Because too often I have found that despite the horrific pain, the unbearable pain that these families have experienced, there is proof in my own life and my own lived experience that the system doesn't work. And so I have to live with that truth too. And to the families, I'm sorry.
Representative Landgraf. Representative Champion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in opposition of this bill. Passing this bill takes away justice, deterrence, closure for families and communities. Our legal system is based on the severity of the crime, and it decides the punishment. This takes away our most severe punishment, while the most severe crimes remain. Many of you in the House heard me speak about the Aurora shooting. December 14, 1993, 4 employees were shot and killed, and a 5th employee was seriously injured at the Chuck E. Cheese restaurant in Aurora, Colorado. The perpetrator, 19-year-old Nathan Dunlap, a former employee of the restaurant, was frustrated about being fired from working at the restaurant 5 months prior to the shooting and sought revenge by committing the attack. He fled the scene of the shooting with stolen money and restaurant items. I'm going to talk about the shooting. Dunlap entered the restaurant at 9 p.m. where he ordered a ham and cheese sandwich. Thank you for standing. And played an arcade game and then hid in the restroom till about 9:50 p.m. He exited the restroom after closing at 10:05 and shot 5 employees with a .25 caliber semi-automatic pistol. He first shot Sylvia Crowell. She was 19 years old, who was cleaning the salad bar. She was hit from close range in the right ear and was mortally wounded. Ben Grant, he's 17 years old. He was fatally shot near the left eye as he was vacuuming the floor. It was cold-blooded murder. Colleen O'Connor, she was 17 years old. She got down on her knees begging for her life. But Dunlap didn't care. He fatally shot her once through the top of the head. Bobby Stevens, 20 years old. The lone survivor of the shooting returned to the restaurant after taking a break by smoking outside, thinking that the noise he heard from the restaurant, the boom, 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 or the pop, 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 he was figuring that the children were popping balloons nearby. As he walked into the restaurant and unloaded utensils into the dishwasher, Dunlap came through the kitchen door, raised the handgun at him, and fired a shot that struck Stevens in the jaw. He then fell to the floor, playing dead. Dunlap then forced Marge Kohlberg, she's 50 years old, the store manager, to unlock the safe. After she opened the safe, he shot her in the ear. Boom. As he was taking out the cash of the safe, Dunlap fired a second shot, and it was fatal, through Kohlberg's other ear after he noticed she was still moving. The manager who fired Dunlap was not present at the restaurant. So go forward a little bit. Dunlap was found guilty on 4 counts of first-degree murder, attempted murder, robbery, and burglary in 1996. On May 17, 1996, Dunlap was sentenced to death and an additional 108 years. During his sentencing, in response to an accusation by Cromwell's older brother that the murders were motivated by race, Dunlap exclaimed profanities in an outburst that lasted for 3 minutes. I am astounded that we won't take this to the people. This is something that the people need to make a decision on. I have heard by some of those in the chamber that we are the people. Well, we're not. We are 75 people here? 65. Thank you. I haven't even counted them all. But we're not the people. I stand with Representative Wilson. We're not sure what the people want to do. And I cannot understand, I cannot fathom why we don't take this to referendum and let the people decide. This takes away our justice. We need closure for the families. We need closure for the communities. Colorado should be an example of how capital punishment can be an incredibly effective and efficient deterrent to ensuring our law-abiding citizens are safe and given justice for the gravest of all wrongs. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand in absolute opposition of this bill, and I hope that you would vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to let you all know that whenever I talk to my constituents up in Fort Collins, I always tell people, I say, you know what? I think every person in my chamber, in the House, every member of the House does their best to represent the constituents in their district. I think that all of our districts have values, and we as representatives have been sent here to represent the people in our district. And I do believe that whether we agree on issues or not down here, that I do my best and that you do your best to represent the people who live in your district. That being said, I listened the other night to horrific descriptions of things that human beings have done to other people, right? Horrible, heinous, horrific atrocities that one human being has decided to inflict upon other human beings. But here's the thing. The descriptions of all of these horrible things that people do to one another cannot overcome my heartfelt belief that it is not government's role to kill its citizens. Lock them away forever? Yeah, that's great. But for the government to take upon the role to kill its citizens, I do not believe that that is the role of government. And there's one thing that nobody, I don't believe, has mentioned down here. Whenever we, as the legislative body of Colorado, have laws that say, you know, that we should kill people, we don't really consider, or I haven't heard it being considered down here, that there are people who have to implement these laws, that there are people that have to go forth and inject people or flip the switch or do whatever it is they do to end a human life. Those people who are sent to do that job do not have a role and do not have a say. Thank you for listening to me today, and I just wanted to come down and say that I do not believe that it is the role of government to inflict this type of punishment. Thank you.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've listened to a lot of testimony and a lot of the members of this body. I haven't had a struggle necessarily with the direction that I'll vote on this. I'm very much opposed to the bill. But that's not to say that I haven't struggled. You see, the thing that I've struggled with is how Colorado has the death penalty currently. And I know we've talked a little bit about that, but I wanted to read you, sorry, I have a cough drop because I have a little bit of a head cold and a sore throat, but I wanted to read you a little bit of the stats as to how we got the death penalty here in Colorado in the last time around. the Colorado Death Penalty for Class 1 Felonies Act, also known as Measure 2, was on the November 4th, 1974 ballot in Colorado as a legislatively referred state statute where it was approved. The measure imposed the death penalty upon persons convicted of Class 1 felonies. The measure from November 4th, 1974 was passed by 61 to 38%. That means that the people of Colorado got the opportunity to voice their desire on the ballot. Those ballots were tabulated, and we, Colorado, got the death penalty. And so the thing that I've struggled with is why this body sees it as appropriate to override the decision that the people of Colorado made directly. And so, members, with that, I ask permission for a third reading amendment.
Representative Geithner, can you, oh, there it is. Can you please describe the amendment?
So, first, I guess I move it first. No, I'm sorry.
No,
I've never done this before.
we do permission.
Right, yes, yes.
So describe the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the purpose of this amendment is it's to address the concern that I've had, and that is to refer it to the people, just like this body did in 1974, to have them weigh in on whether or not Colorado should retain and keep the death penalty. Here is the final judgment of justice. Representative Wilson, I appreciate your comments because they were absolutely spot on. I think that it is appropriate. I think that it is right for this body to refer it to the people and allow the people the opportunity to weigh in. For this decision to be made by the 65 of us, and while we do represent the people of Colorado, I think with something as sensitive in the nature of Senate Bill 100, I think it is only appropriate, excuse me, that we refer it to the people and allow the people the opportunity to weigh in. And so I renew my request for a third reading amendment.
Is there anyone else who wants to address permission? Representative Humphrey, okay. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing up this amendment. I know this is an important part of the discussion. This question has been asked not only in this chamber during second reading, but also in the other chamber, and it doesn't fit under the title of the bill. So with that, I would ask for a no vote on permission.
The question, is there any further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I certainly urge a yes vote on this for permission. I think at the end of the day, there's at least 24 of us on this side of the aisle that was disappointed that we couldn't fully, have this debate. So, there have been various chairs and committees, and of course, during second reading, who have their opinions and their interpretation of what fits under the title and what doesn't fit under the title. And I think this is too important for us to get wrong. This permission, I think, essentially allows the majority of us to decide now whether or not this fits under the title. And that's why I would ask each and every one of us to vote in favor of this. By voting against this permission, you are in effect voting against it and not allowing us to at least debate this important issue. I mean, Representative Geithner did allude to the history of, the underlying bill, of course, and how it came about, and the importance of having the people weigh in. And I think voting yes for this so that we could have a more robust debate is vital, because we really couldn't have that debate. We really couldn't have that discussion. And I think what troubles me is that, if you look at the whole process by which this bill went through, this question did come up on numerous occasions. We saw it come up in the Senate Judiciary, and that was allowed to go. They had a vote. It was voted down, but they had a vote. And then it came to the Senate floor, and another chair decided that it didn't fit under the title. I think that was, not the appropriate call, but nevertheless, that's what happened. And every step of the way, the minority has tried, begged, pleaded with the majority to have this discussion. And I think we'd be doing a disservice, not only to the citizens of the state of Colorado, but also to ourselves. Members, I can't help but come back to this old quote. It's been going through my head, ever since we've been talking about this with respect to the majority, the tension between the majority and the minority. And I keep thinking of this in the context of the majority. That might makes right. That you have the ability to do something, but I wonder if you've stopped to consider whether or not you should. And that's what troubles me, is that yes, you definitely do get your way, and we're reminded of that day in and day out. But this is probably the most consequential thing that we'll do here. I think that's one of the things that Representative Weissman alluded to during second reading. And I agree with that. And there have been far less things that we've sent to the voters, but they're not this weighty. But in this instance, we're pushing forward, especially when you consider the history of the underlying bill. I think it's troubling that the majority would be exercising their might in this way. And I beg and I plead you to grant permission so we can have this discussion, because it's unfair not to. So please vote yes.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to come up quickly and just say that, personally, I just thinking about this, I can't deal with this as a procedural issue. I have to deal with this on the substance of this amendment, because I want people to know that we did whatever we could in order to have this come before them and have them decide it, and not have this body impose their own one point of view on the entire state. So, thank you.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Geithner, this is your second time speaking.
Thank you.
Oh, you're the mover of the motion, though. Okay.
Thank you. So, members, I just stand before you, and I think I want to, before we go to a vote on this, on the permission and order for the third reading amendment, I appreciate what Representative Humphrey just said. But I think it's important that when we look at this amendment, when we look at the decision we're about to make specifically on permission for this third reading amendment, that our jury, that we each stand before, is the people of Colorado. That's the ultimate jury. And I think putting this decision in their hands is absolutely the right thing to do when it comes to this piece of legislation. The people of Colorado, who voted to adopt it in 1974 by 61%, should have that say again, and we should not silence their vote, their voice. And so I am asking you, pleading with you, to please send this to the jury, send this to the people of Colorado, and allow them to express their thoughts with the ballot. Thank you, members.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is permission to do a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 100. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Please close the machine. With 29 aye votes, 36 no votes, permission is denied. That brings us back to the bill. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I obviously stand in strong opposition to this bill. There are a few things that I jotted down here because I wanted to make a few points that I think were lost or not properly addressed during second reading. But first off, I just want to say that, you know, the purpose of our government here, as I stated in second reading, is to protect liberty, to protect freedom, the rights that belong to the people. And along with that, there's also the purpose for this government to administer justice, appropriate justice, and to punish evil, and to confront evil in every way that we can. And while I certainly appreciate the intentions and the motives of the bill sponsors to protect innocent life, and to make sure that no innocent life is wrongly extinguished by the government, I do think this bill, in effect and in and of itself, is immoral, because it stands in stark contrast to the purpose of government. And again, that's to administer justice and to confront evil. Members, I do want to touch on a few things that I think did get lost. When we take away this potential punishment, in effect, we're going to be endangering other lives. And I know it may not be apparent, but it should. Those people that are put on death row, or excuse me, those people that are sentenced to life without parole, there's nothing to stop them from continuing any other crime after that point. So that endangers not only fellow inmates potentially, but also prison staff. And it certainly could put in harm's way potential witnesses and other people on the outside of prison. And if you don't believe me, just look to history. It's happened before. There have been hits put out on people outside of the prison system from people who were in it. And now we're taking away the last measure of justice that could be dished out under those circumstances, and that's a problem. And I want to point out another thing. We keep hearing that the government shouldn't take a life, that the government is deciding. And I disagree. I think it's a mischaracterization. The juries are the ones that are deciding this. The juries not only have to convict on the charge itself, but they also have to be unanimous in sentencing that person to death. And so the state really isn't doing this. They're doing the will of the people through the due process that's afforded to that criminal. But as I see it, this bill protects criminals, and therefore it's immoral for us to pass it, or it should be. And I want to make this very clear that, you know, the intentions of people, that's all well and good, but there's this old adage. There's this old adage that I would remind everyone that the road to hell was paved in good intentions. I ask that you remember that as you vote. Because as I see it, what the bill does is it protects criminals. And I want to point out, you know, a few things that were brought up. You know, and I respect Representative Melton and his comments, and of course the comments about the 3 current people who are on death row. And, you know, I stand with anyone here. If we want to work to end any sort of injustices or racial biases, I stand with you. We should do that. There's absolutely no reason why we can't come together and do that. But I do want to explore this part just for a second. I reached out to a district attorney, and I asked for a little bit more context, and I want to point this out. And this is what he had to say. He said, it's true that all of the current people on death row are African Americans, but that is a historic anomaly. in between the convictions of Dunlap and Sir Mario Owens and Robert Ray, there were numerous other death penalty sentences given to people who were white. One of them was Asian, the other was Hispanic. But none of those cases were allowed to stay on death row because the Supreme Court invalidated those sentences because we had the 3 judge panels that instituted them. So I do want to point out that while it is certainly true that 100% of the people on death row are African American, I'll absolutely point out that 100% of them are guilty as hell. That's just a fact. And that brings me to, my next point here. This bill in and of itself, or this bill isn't being debated on or voted on in a vacuum. I notice in the title here we have, right here it says, on charges after July 1st, 2020, so as to avoid the 3 current people on death row. I believe that was the intent of the legislature. I'm disappointed that during seconds, when we had the opportunity to protect that intent, it was voted down, but nonetheless, that's what I'm reading here. But the governor, and you can look this up, you Google it, you'll see it, has stated that if the state Republicans and Democrats were to say, and I were to sign a bill that said we no longer have the death penalty in Colorado, I would certainly take this as a strong indication that those who are currently on death row should have their sentences commuted to life in prison. Members, the governor has signaled to us that he is more than likely to commute the sentences of the current people on death row. Those current people are Robert Ray, Sir Mario Owens, and Nathan Dunlap. I'll remind you that Nathan Dunlap himself said that killing his victims was better than having sex. That should horrify all of us. And it should completely horrify all of us that the governor is actually considering commuting their sentences if we pass this bill. That's what the news has reported. And so I'll say this, that what we're doing here is not being done in a vacuum. That your votes today could mean that outcome just because of what the governor said. And so keep that in mind, that this isn't simply a vote for people charged on or after July 1st, 2020. It could very well have an effect on the current people who are serving death row right now. And my last point will be this. We talk about Robert Ray, we talked about Sir Mario Owens, we talked about Nathan Dunlap and the heinous crimes they committed, we talked about Chris Watts, we talked about James Holmes. There was mention of Ted Bundy and countless others like John Wayne Gacy and Timothy McVeigh. These are all people that have committed heinous, atrocious crimes. They have harmed people, they have ruined people's lives. And ultimately, the question of the bill is whether or not those people should live or die. And at no point have I seen anyone come up here and say that these people should live. Because that's ultimately the point, right? The point is all lives matter. I mean, we certainly heard that from Representative Buenteo's comments, that all lives matter. Okay. Should we save those lives? And right now, I don't see a flurry of people from the majority coming down saying, yep, Robert Ray should live, or Sir Mario Owens should live, or Nathan Dunlap should live. Chris Watts, that guy, yep, he should live. In fact, the only reason he's living right now is because that was an option.
You have about a minute left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, if you truly believe that this should never be an option, then I invite and I challenge each and every one of the people who are about to vote in favor of this to come down and tell me that the likes of Ted Bundy and Timothy McVeigh or any other terrorists like Osama bin Laden or those people should have the right to live in any circumstance. It's wrong. What we're about to do is wrong, and I'll promise you this. I promise you this. Should this pass, I'll be committed to seeking a change and making sure that it comes back so that justice can be served since it's being denied here today. Please vote no.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't usually come down here on third reading, but I really struggled with this bill to vote one way or another, and I think that many people also struggle with this, and I think a lot of our citizens also struggle with this. And I listened to all the testimony and the stories and hearing from the victims, and they were in my office, some of the families talking to me. And I came to a conclusion, and it wasn't an easy one. But, we were elected to represent the people in our district. And I think that my colleague from Fremont County said it pretty well, that this is an issue that spans across party lines. There are Democrats that think we should have it, and Democrats that think we shouldn't, and Republicans that think we shouldn't, and Republicans that think we should. This isn't a partisan issue. This is really a personal issue. And that issue really should be decided by the people. And I think that I agree with the vote of the people that brought the issue to Colorado and put it on the books, that I think the people should get the chance to decide whether they want it. Look at the polling data. It's pretty split, 50-50. People who want it, people who don't. I actually wanted to be in law enforcement before I got here in the legislature, and I wanted to be an FBI special agent, and I wanted to help put bad people behind bars, the same people that many people have been talking about here. And that didn't become a reality for me, so I joined a volunteer group that helps victims and helps law enforcement put people behind bars and gets closure for victims. And that organization's been around for 30 years, and they've seen a lot of cases where the death penalty was used as a bargaining tool to get the victims closure and to find the victims. And we helped law enforcement locate those victims that they had hidden very, very carefully, so that way they could get away with their crimes. And the organization I belong to helped those victims be found so their families could have that closure. And that is so important when we're talking about these crimes. We talk about the victims a lot, and when victims go unfound, that's a profound travesty of justice in itself. I don't know how my constituents feel about this. I've spoken to thousands of my constituents before the election and during the election. I've talked to a lot of them. This issue's never really come up. This is an issue that I haven't heard. When I asked people about the top issues that they were talking about, this was never an issue that they talked about. So I don't really know how my constituents feel about it. I've heard a lot of the reasons of why we should repeal, and I agree with most of them. I really do. But I do also believe that we do have a rigorous process to make sure that this punishment is used in a responsible way, and that we go through the aggressors and the mitigators and the victim's testimony. I think that that's really important. And I think that we do a good job here to make sure that we don't apply the death penalty to people that really don't deserve it. And we've heard the criminals that have done such egregious acts to people that were witnessed. And I just can't see that denying those victims that justice that they seek is something that we should take away in this way. So, that said, I'm going to be a no on this bill. It's not an easy decision to get there, but I think it's the right choice for today.
Representative Landgraf, do you want to go now? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Titone. You solidified a lot of my thoughts here. I'm up here. I do not support this bill. I will be a no vote on the bill. But I do support a group of people we used to have here every year. And along this side, we'd have people who had family members who were missing. They came to the Capitol every year, and they held the pictures of their loved ones. And of course, amongst all those people, there were probably young men or women who just ran away. Well, we don't know. But I remember the children, and I remember one family that I did a little bit of work with because I think the FBI, that they kind of knew what happened to their daughter. She was 19, I believe, and she was pregnant. And they kind of knew who did it. They didn't have enough evidence yet. But I keep thinking about them, and I'm not going to stand here and say that if this was all resolved, that they would want whoever hurt their daughter, if that is in fact what happened, to get the death penalty. I don't know. I don't know what they'd want. But to take that away from them, if that is what they wanted, I just, I keep thinking of those people. I also keep thinking of the stories that a young woman who used to work here, Rebecca Myers, told me. She was a social worker, and she stopped being a social worker and became a lobbyist because she couldn't stand the things that she saw happening to children. And I think about those children, and I think about the fact that I think everybody I've talked to about this bill on both sides has said, well, if something happened to my child, the same thing I said the other night, they wouldn't need the death penalty because I would take care of it. Well, friends, that is the death penalty. That's vigilante justice. Much better to let the justice system take care of that. So I did reach out to my DAs, and they sent several stories, and here's one I wanted to read. It was on KKTV, one of those stations, and it's about a man who admitted to killing a mother and her 2 young children when he pleaded guilty in court Monday morning. Convicted sex offender Jacob Van Winkle, no relative, unfortunate name, killed Mandy Folsom, 9-year-old Marissa, and 5-year-old Mason inside their Canyon City home in March. I believe Representative Buenteo represents Canyon City. You may know about this case. His guilty plea means he won't get the death penalty. Some of the victim's family members wanted the death penalty and don't agree with the Fremont County District Attorney's decision to agree to a plea deal. Folsom and Van Winkle reportedly broke up 2 weeks before the family. I don't need to go into all those details, but when the investigators arrived, they found Van Winkle in a room. Of course, he said somebody else did it, but 4 members of the victim's family spoke in court. They were very split on the plea deal, especially because it means there's no chance Van Winkle could get the death penalty. So here is an example where this man tortured these 3 people, little children. Somehow, to me, that seems so much worse because I think of these kids, I think of them being abducted, Representative Jackson, to your story, and I understand that the murder may have been an accident, but the abduction was not. That child was deprived of life, and that family was deprived of their child. So I think of these kids, because I have grandchildren, and I think of what they would go through when they're abducted and tortured, crying out to their parents. Nobody's there to help them. And then I think of that person who did that, not being able to I didn't see it, not being able to do anything about it. So I also looked up the effect of the death penalty. And I have an article here I want to read. Hopefully I have time. And it was written by Cass Sustein, PhD, professor of law at the University of Chicago. He wrote a paper called "Is Capital Punishment Morally Required? The Relevance of Life Trade-Offs," because that's what we're talking about, life trade-offs. Is it a, eye for an eye? Capital punishment may be morally required not for retributive reasons, but in order to prevent the taking of innocent lives. Think about that, to prevent it. The foundation for our argument is a large and growing body of evidence that capital punishment may well have a deterrent effect, possibly a quite powerful one. A leading study, and I have that if anybody wants to see it, suggests that each execution prevents some 18 murders on average. If the current evidence is even roughly correct, then a refusal to impose capital punishment will effectively condemn numerous innocent people to death. Contrary to widely held beliefs based on partial information or older studies, a wave of recent evidence suggests the possibility that capital punishment saves lives. It goes on to talk about it being a strong deterrent, and it ends with this: the evidence of deterrence suggests that prospective murderers are receiving a clear signal. So my question to you is, what type of signal will you send today to the innocent citizens of Colorado, to our police, to our first responders? Are we going to tell them that it's okay, that we don't care about them? Thank you. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And boy, members, this truly could not be a more important debate that we're having. And I think the reason that I came down here and felt that it was so important to speak on this is because I am concerned about the way this debate is being painted. That concern lies in the basis that one might have been told they must vote one way or another, or that one might not care about one party or another, or that one might simply just not get it, not get what we're doing here. What we are doing, members, is not novel. The death penalty has been debated for centuries, for thousands of years. The Talmud. We talked at length in second reading about Bible references. And my colleagues and friends in the Bible study will tell you, I cannot tell you what is in the New Testament. I can't. But I'm learning because I care. Why do I care? Because I know that for many of us, our value system is rooted in a deep history of law. For what is the Bible, if not the font of law? And in the Jewish tradition, we debate that law. We debate it and debate it and debate it, and then we debate it some more. The rabbis of the Talmud discussed the legal requirements of capital punishment at great length, establishing significant barriers that made such a sentence extremely difficult to carry out. According to the Mishnah, capital cases had to be decided by a Sanhedrin, that's a court, of 23 judges. If the conviction in a capital case was unanimous, but rendered too quickly, the accused was acquitted on the assumption that the judges had not adequately considered the possibility of the defendant's innocence. Perhaps most onerous of all, the offense had to be witnessed by two people, get this, two people who warned the perpetrator immediately prior to committing the act that it was a capital offense. Think about that. Such stringencies are often understood to account for the famous Mishnah passages that state that if a Sanhedrin executed one person in 7 years, it was considered destructive. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah objects that the standard is actually once in 70 years. And Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva say that had they served on the court, no one would have ever been executed. Is that the final word on the subject? Hardly. I can continue to look and find sources that are going to help me say, actually, we should have the capital punishment. And I continue to look and I see sources that say, no, under no circumstances. And this is an answer to a member's question who may not be hearing. But under no circumstances should we be responsible for taking the life of anyone, no matter how heinous their crime. So should I be responsible for saying that this person should die? I need 22 more judges to stand with me. And then if we are unanimous, I have to say that we're wrong. How do we get there? For me, members, for the conversations that I have had in my own home, with my own children, with my own community members, in my synagogue, in the churches in my neighborhoods, where I have spoken to members about this topic. Like my colleague from Salida said, this one's a yes, this one's a no, this one's a yes, this one's a no. We have listened to gruesome debate, members. And what was the intent? We have touched on every possible subject. We have had the conversations in our own spaces. And the question is now before us. But to say that one person's vote is less than or more than, to say that one person's vote is right or wrong, none of us can say that. But we can continue to debate. So if a vote goes one way and not another, that's not ever the end of the story. Case in point, we have a statutory revision committee. It is never the end of the story, just like debating the Talmud is never the end of the story. Law is a living document. And at this time, in this society, in this time of our lives, we all fought to be in these seats. We all promised our community members that we would be their voice. And we have each done our work. And I believe that we can each, in good conscience, push the button that we wish to push. because we have done that homework, because we have talked to our community members. And if it were to be a unanimous vote, perhaps we made the gravest error of all. I do not believe that we can come to unanimity on this issue, and that's okay. And if we have to debate it again and again and again, then we have to continue to debate it again and again and again. Because our community members matter. The victims matter. We all matter. And all of our families matter. So today, members, I will support this bill because I believe in my study of the Talmud that that is what Rabbi Akiva would have done. And I will follow today Rabbi Akiva.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you. It's also an honor to serve with everyone on this floor, and I want to make that clear. It's an honor and a privilege to serve with all of you. And I stand in strong opposition to this bill, but I want to explain. So I respect everyone's opinion. I respect how everyone votes, and we all come from different places. But you know, I've looked at it. Representative Titone talked about some of the polling. Some of the polling I looked at is a little higher, but I think the majority of our public wants the death penalty. And I can tell you, my colleague from Slida there talked about he didn't know, exactly where all his constituents were coming from. And I too have the same feeling, but I can tell you that the circle of friends that I run with, I do know how they feel, and they support the death penalty. They truly do. And but to speak for everyone in my district, I couldn't do that, And I have to say that for me, that the death penalty isn't about a deterrent or revenge to me. I solely support the death penalty because it prevents the criminal from repeating the crime. It's that simple to me. That's pretty simple. It's that simple to me. It repeats them from repeating the crime. On seconds, you heard me talk about Ted Bundy. There's one. Confirmed. 30 women he killed. They estimate over 100. They confirmed 30 of them. This guy's a monster, right? And so, a monster that escaped twice. For me, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Lock them up and throw away the key. Not good enough. My fine colleague, Mr. Molokai, come down there and spoke about very passionately about his children. I have the same thing. I can tell you how near and dear my grandkids are to me and my entire family. So I get that. And in that instance, if one of them was hurt, I'll throw the revenge part back in on this for me. I can tell you that quickly. So, but it really is about them not repeating the crime. And for the victims, we're Representative Sullivan, very compassionate, compelling story, and I feel for you, sir. And, the friends and families of these murder victims, they live with that loss every day, with or without what we're debating here, the controversial policy of death penalty. The victims that have lost loved ones, they live with that every day. Doesn't matter what we decide here. That loss is there with them every day that sun sets. I can tell you from my own personal experience, every day that sun sets, I know how that feels. So I want to make sure that it is about the victims. It truly is, and I want people to vote no on this. I spoke about Bundy again, and in seconds I talked about him, and I'd like to. And my Representative Williams talked about his name just escaped me. Huh? Dunlap, yeah, excuse me, I'm sorry. Talking about Dunlap, and these guys are evil. I don't even know, can't even think of the word to call them, but let me tell you what Ted Bundy's last words were. This is to Jim and Fred. This is his lawyer and his minister, right before they put him to death. I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends. Jim and Fred, give my love to my family and friends. This guy's a monster. Doesn't even know what that means. And I submit that Bundy, some of his victims were children, at least teenage women. But we talked about many, many heinous crimes here when we've been debating this that are really hard to listen to. And I think we all internalize those with our own families and friends and people. It's tough to listen to some of these crimes that are committed. But I can say that crimes against children, to me, crimes against children are the most heinous crimes. And when it comes to kids, and there's crimes like we heard about, and I'm not going to repeat them, but some of the crimes we heard about with kids, that alone makes me okay with the death penalty. Crimes against children alone. And I will say, and I respect everyone's opinion, as I said before, I didn't struggle with this. I don't struggle with this decision to keep the death penalty, and I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And folks, we've been on this now for about 16 hours. And this is big. This is a huge bill. And we can say we are representative of the people, right? We can do that and say it with pride because we were voted into this position. But I can tell you right now, we are not representing all the people when we know what the polling is. And I respect Representative Titone on her words, because basically I'm going to just kind of reiterate. As we've seen recently, when the legislators thought it was a good idea to gut Tabor, we took it to the vote of the people. I think it was called Proposition CC, and we hammered it, right, with the vote of the people. When it came to the national popular vote, guess what? We've got the signatures. We'll probably hammer that one too. When it came to oil and gas and the 112 and all the people spoke into support of oil and gas, and then the legislature does 181. So my point is that this bill is just as big as those, and this bill needs to go to the people. Because somebody said humility up here. You're absolutely right. It is humility. It is humility to not know what it's like to be a district attorney and not have this tool. It is humility to say that we don't know what it's like to be a victim. We don't. We don't, and don't call it out that you think you do. And for the sake of those individuals, let this go to the vote of the people. What do you have to lose? This is too big for this House. If it was, we would have been done a long time ago. We vote up or down. But that's not the case. Take it to the vote of the people, and please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Cutter? No. Representative Catlin?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. It was said earlier by one of my compatriots, it's an honor to serve with all of you. It is an honor to serve with all of you. Even in this debate, through the middle of the night, I got an opportunity to know more about you. I got to see something inside of you that I hadn't seen before. Regardless if you're for it or against it, I got an opportunity to see how you think, how you feel. That's something that I would not have had an opportunity to ever have seen or to know without having been here. I think I've told you before, and if not, I'll tell you now. This is the most important thing that I have ever done in my life. I've had big jobs, I've had well-paid jobs, I've had jobs that people thought, oh boy, he's got a great job. But this is the most important thing I've ever done. When you come into this building to begin with, for me, I didn't expect what was going to happen, but it rocked me inside. To come into this place that so many different things had been debated, people had talked about, passionate about. And guess what? I've had some of those too. This is one of them. I came to this argument without really thinking about what it would mean to me. But it did mean something to me. And you know, sitting here through some of these hours, I realized something. I heard this twice, I think, that we voted in 1974 to restart the death penalty. Guess what? I voted in that election. And I remember, I voted in that election. And it was a big deal. I think I was 22 years old at that time. So I got an opportunity to say what I wanted the state of Colorado to do. I still agree with that. I still think that the state of Colorado should have an opportunity to weigh in on this. We've debated that up and down, backwards and forwards, so you know where I'm at. I do hope that we will get an opportunity to vote on that. Doesn't appear that we will today. You and I are going to get an opportunity to vote on that today. But the people, and I've heard the people. I do trust them. I do trust the public because they, for some reason, have a broader stance than what I do. They have larger discussions than what I do. You know, circles of friends, families, all of those things, they discuss these things in their way. Whether it be impassioned pleas to get you to move this direction or that direction, or if it's just a quiet conversation at a barbecue in the backyard. But we do discuss it. And that's something I think I would like to see with this. As I've said before, we're not going to get that opportunity today, and that's fine. But one of the things I wanted to bring to your attention today is that I'm already being lobbied through emails from people that I don't know, from people that are far away from here, lobbying me with emails and explaining to me how life in prison is inhumane. Are we just at the beginning? Are we being used to strip away one of the traditions that we've got in our communities? To where the next one is we're debating whether or not life in prison is inhumane, and we need to change that? I'm here to sound a warning for that. I may not be here when that debate is held, but I won't leave without warning you that are going to be here that it could be coming. We seem to be radically changing our traditions in this country. You know, I joke about it, but it's true. We argue about what the picture of our football team mascot is, all the way to the death penalty. We need to think about some of these traditions, folks, from my opinion. We need to be careful about it because I don't want to move into a post-traditional life. I've depended on a lot of those traditions. I've passed them on to my kids. and told them this is important. We need to think about this. And that's one of the things here today. It's something we need to think about. Are we willing to simply say, we'll strip this tradition away, we'll do something different, because we can, or because it's too old? Some of these things are happening, I'm afraid, because they've been around for over 50 years. So certainly they can't be modern. I'm not sure of that. The foundations we've built our lives on, each of us individually, are truly based on traditions that were passed to us. Our families passed them on, our community passed them on, this nation's passed them on, and we've built our lives on those. So I want to urge a voice of caution. Don't rapidly run to throw away the traditions that we've depended upon. Regardless if it's this question or if it's the question of the picture of our mascot for the football team. Some of these things take a lot of thought. We've spent a lot of time, 16 hours. I think it was just quoted, 16 hours. But in the relationship to this state, that's not very long. In relationship to this country, it's not very long. As far as listening to debate, I'm tired of it. I'm sure you all are. So I'm going to speed this up. I'm here today to say I will be a no vote, but I'm also here to say, please, watch the movements that come to us. Let's not be taken under by people who want simply to change for change's sake. If this is the first salvo to changing something that we've depended upon and have guaranteed the safety of our communities on, please don't fall victim to that. Please listen to the voice of reason inside yourselves. Today is one of those days that we'll remember what we did today, each and every one of us. And there are probably media people that'll help us remember that too. But this is a personal vote for me. This is something that I have always believed in, that I thought that this was something that we would always have. But like I said, we seem to be moving into a post-traditional life and world. So please, think these things completely through today and in the future when you're asked, do you want to change this tradition? I want to thank everybody that's listened to me and that's listened through these 16 hours of debate. I've been impressed by these folks, by all of you. It could have gotten wild and woolly, but it didn't. And that's a great testament to all of you. I was proud to be a member of the House of Representatives in Colorado and proud to sit with all of you. Thank you.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't normally come up to the well to comment on bills that are heard in judiciary, especially if they're not mine. Love you guys in judiciary. Y'all do the yeoman's work. And I've heard a lot of different sides of this issue during the many, many, many hours of debate that we've had on. One of the things I heard this morning was that some feel that maybe we're voting a certain way because it's a political thing. I want to tell you today that abolishing the death penalty has been a long-held belief of mine, long before I was ever elected, long before I had even moved to Colorado, and I've been here since 1996. When I ran for this seat, voters who wanted to get to know who I was, because I'd never voted on anything. They didn't know how I felt about anything, and they wanted to know how I felt about this specific issue. And so I told them quite explicitly that I believe in abolishing the death penalty. And knowing that this was my belief, the majority of the voters in House District 1 voted to send me here. Now, I didn't run on this issue. I didn't say, I'm going to come to the State House just to abolish the death penalty. But given the opportunity to vote on it, that I would vote to support that. Many of you know that I grew up in Florida. Many of you might have noticed that Florida does a lot of carrying out death penalties, executions. And Colorado is my home, and it has been for a long time, but we are all formed by the experiences and the things that we saw growing up. Florida has had a long history of imposing and carrying out a death penalty. And I want to talk about a story that I remember hearing about when I was still living there. And that story was of a black man who had been accused of poisoning and murdering one of his children. And he was convicted in 1968. I'm sure most of you guessed that in the South, being a black man in 1968 was probably a pretty dangerous thing to be. And he was sent to death row. He was released in 1987 after his conviction was overturned. It turned out that a neighbor who had been caring for his children was the perpetrator of that awful crime. Ted Bundy's been mentioned a lot here in this room. I remember when Ted Bundy committed the crimes at that sorority house at Florida State. And I remember the crimes against this little girl in Jacksonville. He did horrific things. Nobody is going to stand here and defend what Ted Bundy did. But he did those not just here in Colorado, but in Florida, knowing they had a death penalty, was not a deterrent to his crimes. 29 wrongfully convicted death row prisoners have been exonerated in Florida, the most in this nation. 29 innocent people who came very close to having their life taken by the state. Now, this is in Florida, but here in Colorado, it's very clear that this law is unevenly applied. And while I do believe that those who are currently on death row here in Colorado are guilty with extreme indifference, we've had many murders committed in Colorado since those folks have been sent to death row. And most of those people, not most, a lot of those people were white. Why weren't they sent to death row? The law is unevenly applied here in Colorado. And heaven forbid, and this is Colorado, it's not Florida. We haven't used the death penalty to the extreme way that Florida has, but heaven forbid that we ever send an innocent person to death row. And then we would all be complicit in the murder of that innocent person. I want to say very clearly that anyone who commits murder should be held accountable, and consequences should be decided in a court of law. I don't believe anyone in this room thinks that someone who commits such a terrible crime shouldn't be held accountable. I got the impression that some here feel that some members believe by repealing the death penalty that we don't believe in holding people accountable and that we don't believe in supporting victims, and nothing is further from the truth. I believe that people who commit the ultimate crime should be held accountable, but not by the death penalty, because there's too much at stake and it's unevenly applied. This is a really hard conversation. We have a lot of folks who feel a lot of different ways. This is how I feel. This is how I'm going to vote. I'm certainly not going to think less of anyone who votes in any way. We all have to vote our conscience here. But I know that when I cast my vote, that I'm voting my conscience and my constituents when I vote in favor of this repeal. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this bill, but I want to have the opportunity to explain why and how we got here. As some of you know, I'm a big fan of history, and I love Colorado history. So I was really curious about the sequence of events that occurred with this debate. And it's been a long debate. As a matter of fact, as some of you have watched, when this debate began, I was clean-shaven. As a matter of fact, when this debate began, Representative Wilson was a young man. When this debate began, our state did not exist. Our nation was not yet formed. And to echo a colleague in this chamber, it's been going on for thousands of years. But for Colorado's conversation, it starts in 1861 as a young territory in the American West. Briefly from 1897 to 1901, we had abolished it, and then it came back in 1901. Then in the 1965 legislative session, which was a really important session, it was the last time a person from Delta, aside from myself, had been serving in this great body. And they took up the question about whether or not the death penalty should be repealed. And at that point in time, they had good buy-in from the governor. They had him committed to a full moratorium on any execution warrants. And the conversation was had whether or not at that point in time the legislature should act unilaterally or refer it to the people. And I pulled up some of the references to the debate, and it was really fascinating. Pretty much everything we've said here today was said back then 54 years ago, or 55 years ago. So there's nothing new under the sun. But you know what the legislature decided then? They decided to refer it to the people. And it failed. It failed miserably, 66% to 33%, so we kept the death penalty. And then the United States Supreme Court had a temporary moratorium on the death penalty. Then in 1974, Colorado voters approved a ballot measure to reinstate the death penalty, and this passed 61% to 38%. And we're still living under what the people said. And there's a theory, a convention of the Constitution, as it were, that when the people's elected representatives refer a question to the people, it takes on actually a higher status. Now, it may not be higher law status, such as the Constitution, but it definitely takes on a higher status that the people's elected officials sent the question to them to weigh in on. And that if we're going to undo an act of the people, it should be done in the same manner. And that would be my case as well, to echo what other colleagues have said here today and now going into the afternoon. The death penalty debate, to me is really, it's weighty. It's something that you don't take lightly. You think about it. You pray about it. And as a student of law, I was thinking about another great debate regarding the death penalty that occurred on April 21st, 1868. And in the UK Parliament, John Stuart Mill stood up. And the question was whether or not to abolish the death penalty. And as many of you know, John Stuart Mill fought for life. And many of his colleagues thought that he would say that the death penalty was wrong. But that's not what he said. As a matter of fact, what he said was, when there is conclusive evidence beyond all reasonable doubt that the greatest crime known to the law has been committed, that when the attendant circumstances suggest no palliation or mitigating factors of the guilt, no hope that the culprit may be worthy to live amongst mankind, nothing to make it probable that the crime was an exception to the perpetrator's general character, but rather a consequence of it. Then I confess, it appears to me that to deprive the criminal of the life of which he has proved himself unworthy, I defend this penalty with the utmost confidence as long as it's confined to the most atrocious cases of aggravated murder. Those were John Stuart Mills's words. But I stand by those today. I do not want to see the death penalty used in excess. As a matter of fact, I quite like the status quo here in Colorado. We do have individuals on death row. We've talked about some of those individuals here today. Nathan Dunlap, Sir Mario Owens, Robert Ray. And sitting in House Judiciary Committee, hearing witnesses testify, one thing that I heard is that it's more humane to be in prison for life without parole. However, John Stuart Mills also had something to say about that. He talked about the death penalty merely hastening a person's death. Because I don't know about you, but all of us here will die. We will face that date, whether known or unknown. Some may choose to make it known. Others will wait for nature to take its course. And the question is, what is the state's role? And Mills went on to say that without hastening the death, the criminal would be very likely to have suffered more bodily harm and considerable suffering from knowing that they would die in a cold cell on some unknown date, rather than some known date to pull their affairs to order. I have watched a long farewell with certain family members, knowing that they had had a stroke and that they were old in years, and the call of knowing they were going to the hospital, to know the pendency of the end was near. And there is something quite comforting in knowing that even as family members, to pull your affairs to order. So from the death penalty having a bit of humanity to it, there is some of that as well. We have to look at the fact that in Colorado, we don't use the death penalty very often. I've heard it said once in 50 years. I went to law school, so I didn't have to do math. In 1967, we used it, and in 1997, we used it. In 1967, Louis Mong, who was a Puerto Rican citizen, or resident, I should say, excuse me, was executed in the state's gas chamber. Why, you might ask? He murdered his wife and 3 of his 10 children. And why would he do this? Well, his wife confronted him about sexually molesting a couple of their children. So he took a steel rod, bashed her head in, then killed 3 of their children. He was sentenced to death and died in 1967. Gary Lee Davis, who was talked about earlier today, it was the kidnapping and the murder. We have 3 individuals, horrible, horrible circumstances. And the aggravating factors that Mill talked about are there with each of them. From mass murder, which is defined as more than 4 individuals being killed in the same transaction, to execution-style murder. And we should be able to keep this as an option. But we shouldn't be making this decision
You have 15
ourselves.
seconds.
We should refer this to the people, since this was enacted by the people of Colorado originally in 1974. Thank you.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I don't have any amendments, no shenanigans, no chapters from Christian ethics textbooks. If this body votes to deny Coloradans the justice of a death sentence for heinous murders, we do the wrong thing. On the screen behind me, we saw a powerful image displayed last Monday night of a family in agony. The photograph captured a family just coming back together in the parking lot of the Aurora Theater with the agonizing realization that their son and brother had been taken from them forever by a senseless and indiscriminate act of pure evil. As Rep. Sullivan said, it was what was left of our family. I can't imagine the shattering anguish of that moment. As I shared once Monday night, once Monday night became Tuesday morning, our Creator has stated, "Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood shall be shed, for in the image of God he made man." The death penalty is required to satisfy our sense of justice in such circumstances when a precious human being is murdered. In this greatest of all nations, where our national motto is "In God we trust," let us not do an injustice today. So if you light up that green button to vote yes, realize the significance of what you do. The research shows that no execution for murder means more murders. If we make the spilling of blood cheap today, we will get more of it in Colorado. My prayer today is that we would honor the truth of this matter and honor our Creator in all things in this great state. I want to say thank you again to the Castillo family and the Sullivan family for their testimony in opposition to this effort to repeal the death penalty. Thank you.
Representative Singh.
Members, as I had mentioned late Monday, I had the privilege of hearing Tom Sullivan's story more fully during our debate on this bill to repeal the death penalty. Something Representative Sullivan said should permanently reverberate throughout this chamber. I will never forget it. During the recounting of stories of our Colorado families who sought the death penalty and those who considered it, I mean those families who didn't pursue it because of the time involved in a death penalty trial. During those stories, there were a lot of tears, sorrow, and anguish in the listening. And there were some new understandings. I could see it in your eyes. Representative Sullivan reminded the rest of us that our pain would soon subside, that we would probably forget about all this in a couple of days, that our current pain, anguish, and tears are what he and his wife call Thursday. And I desperately hope in the nearly 8 years since the unspeakable that his days contain less Thursdays So therefore, I want to emphasize something else that Representative Sullivan said that may have been missed in the arguments. He mentioned that if this bill passes, there is a possibility that the Aurora Theater massacre may be relitigated. And the district attorney on that case agrees. D.A. Brockler writes, could the Aurora Theater case be retried? At the conclusion of the largest, most logistically challenging, most media scrutinized criminal trial in Colorado's history, the taxpayer-funded attorneys for the convicted mass murderer indicated they would not appeal. It was not some magnanimous gesture by a guy who measured his self-worth by body count, but an acknowledgement that, if successful, any new trial would have the death penalty available as a sentence. And that was not a risk worth taking. Once the repeal of the death penalty occurs, that risk drops to zero. And with every murder conviction, newly appointed taxpayer-funded attorneys will begin the process of challenging the convictions by attacking the competence and the performance of the attorneys who tried the case. If successful, unless the next DA decides to offer this mass murderer a plea bargain, the many victims, the community in our state could be treated to another jury trial near equal length to the first one. This time, the only potential outcome will be life in prison. And finally, D.A. Brockler asks, did someone say cost savings? Members, a retrial, who benefits? It won't be the taxpayers. And it is Thursday again. Thursday for some of our Colorado families who have suffered the worst kind of loss, sitting in a courtroom reliving the worst day of their lives. Senator Fields' son, Javon Marshall Fields, and his fiancée, Vivian, considered them. Her son, so brave to come forward as a witness in a murder trial, was gunned down so his voice could never be heard. And now his mother's voice is brushed aside under the gold dome. She listened to our debate Monday night and Tuesday morning, and by the way, she said, good job. If there isn't a supreme punishment, murderers like those in prison for the death of Senator Fields' son could threaten potential witnesses in future trials. Mass murderers will have the same punishment, life in prison, as those who commit lesser crimes. And there isn't a worse punishment than death. How do we know? Nearly 100% of prisoners agree that 3 hots and a cot for life definitely beats death row. And so do men who confess to heinous crimes, a confession that families can use to find the bodies of their loved ones and find a way to remember to breathe in and out and have their whole body learn to do something else but grieve. Certain members today gave their wishes that their family not pursue the death penalty if the worst happened. Your family can do that now. But you are taking away the choices of those families who need that choice, and prosecutors who need that possibility to find their loved ones and to find closure. I can certainly tell you how my citizens living with a high-profile quadruple homicide and a very recent double homicide in their backyard feel about it. Feel about repealing this option that has helped them. According to a Northern Colorado reporter, and I am quoting her, this law is already having an effect in Weld County. She says, yesterday a judge had to tell a defendant in a double murder that under current law, his actions could cause him to face death. However, she says we all know that option will be off the table as prosecutors actually begin to put their case together. Those actions were the brutal murders of Greeley residents Scott Sessions and Heather Frank. And I've got some pictures here to show you. of Scott Sessions and Heather Frank, whose lives were not only cut short at someone else's will, but that same someone tampered with their bodies after their death and tampered with evidence trying to cover his crimes. This same man was already a convicted felon who was in possession of a firearm, 2 outstanding warrants against him in Denver at the time of the death. I'm sorry, the murders, not deaths. By repealing the death penalty, you are removing the one tool available to Weld County District Attorney Michael Rourke that could help him get the answers for these grieving families and close this chapter and begin to heal. Members, because this debate was engineered, and you can go ahead and take the photos down. Because this debate was engineered to occur on Ash Wednesday, I will quote the Bible because the Word of God never comes back void. And you may be seated. Thank you. The Old Testament absolutely endorses capital punishment. Representative Humphrey read you verses that I heard someone saying over and over, that is not my Bible. If you're a Christian, it is in the Bible, and the Bible does not contradict itself. In Matthew 5:17-18, Jesus taught, "Do not think I came to abolish the law or the prophets. I did not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not the smallest letter or stroke shall pass away from the law until all is accomplished." And Jesus even scolded the Pharisees with the Old Testament, saying, God said, honor your mother and father, and he who speaks ill of father and mother, let him be put to death. Matthew 15:4. And after Jesus' death and resurrection, the Apostle Paul cautioned, but if you do what is evil, be afraid, for the government does not bear the sword for nothing. It is a minister of God, an avenger who brings wrath upon the one who practices evil. Romans 13:4. The sword in this instance refers to the sword of execution. Christians.
Representative Singh, you have about a minute and a half.
Christians, a symbol of our faith, as an instrument, the worst example of capital punishment ever devised. The word excruciating comes from the word excruciating, or crucify. We have heard speeches about morality from both sides of this aisle about life and protecting life, but one side overrides the wishes of voters, victims, and brings a bill that informs the justice system that a crime of mass murder has no greater weight. I think about the one mass murderer in particular who was prosecuted here in Colorado, who pulled arms and legs off of human beings and crushed their little heads. But he isn't in prison. He is in Boulder, paid to do this work today. And yet one side talks about protecting life. One side will not tell families what justice looks like for them. After today, if this bill passes, one side of this chamber won't allow citizens the usual option to petition their government. And I've heard some in this chamber talk about your struggle to vote on this bill like you are a victim. Do not re-victimize the Colorado communities and families. The choice is clear, and it is moral. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for a long and robust discussion. I haven't even talked on this bill. When I introduced it in the committee, I said I moved the bill. I introduced the bill, and I came down and I introduced the bill. Then I have to think, why have I not written an impassioned plea? What is it in me that says I don't really have words to talk about this? I will tell you, and I've told others, when I was 4 years old and my mom put me to bed one night, I said, why does the government kill people? This is something in me so deep to my core that the government should not kill its citizens, but I can't even explain it. There's all sorts of reasons why we shouldn't do it. There's victims who want us to repeal the death penalty. There's victims who don't. There's all the other arguments you've heard and you've made so passionately and from the bottom of your hearts, each and every one of you, and again, I respect everybody's viewpoint. My parents taught me two things. Don't hurt anybody and always root for the underdog. I went in the Peace Corps and then I became a special ed teacher. My service hasn't ended. One morning at breakfast, my older brother, I'm the youngest of four, I'm stronger, just sportier, more fit than he is. He just got mad at me and he just punched me right in the face, right there. I had braces on and my blood was spurting everywhere, and my other big brother goes, punch him. Take him. You can kill him. You can hurt him. I could have taken my brother Jeff down and just whooped him. I said, no thanks, I'll give that a pass. My older brother Kurt still, when we were 27, 28, Jeff did something else to me. He goes, Jenny, you gave a pass in junior high, do it now. No, I'll give that a pass. Don't hurt people, root for the underdog. Try, even though you fail, to do what's right. That's where this bill comes from. I'm also a person of faith. I'm a Unitarian. As we say in church, some of our sermons in church, I love Unitarians. Half of them are, what is a Unitarian? Are we in church today? So we don't agree on a lot, and we talk about a lot of things, but the one thing we absolutely believe in is repealing the death penalty. And I didn't come to want to repeal the death penalty because I'm a Unitarian. I became a Unitarian because I want to repeal the death penalty, and I do not think it's right to kill people. Thank you for everyone who's made their points so eloquently and spoken so well and stayed up late writing beautifully crafted speeches, because they are beautiful and they are heartfelt. I don't have much else to say. And as my kids would say, Mom, you're using that calm, scary voice. I am an energetic person. I usually see two sides of every issue. I don't think there's a bill. In fact, I was looking up at the bills we're going to talk about later or tomorrow. I could argue both sides of every bill up there except for Senate Bill 100. I could see where that could drive up medical costs. Maybe we don't want that. Actually, I don't really know the other side of that other one. I don't really know about that one. And I'm going to vote yes on 1066, but I could understand why we wouldn't want to limit that. I can see two sides of every water bill I run. This bill I can't speak fairly eloquently on because I absolutely cannot see both sides to this issue. And I urge a yes vote.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is the time that we are all wrestling with, that we're all grappling with. But I'm not, because I made this decision a long time ago. I was around, I was 18 years old when Furman v. Georgia was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court and said that capital punishment violated the Eighth Amendment. And think about that. As an 18-year-old, that's what our friends were talking about. That's what our family were talking about. And it was then that I decided, that's not right. And I'm not going to tell you that if somebody came in here and attempted to attack any one of you, I would come to your defense, even if it meant killing that person. But what we're talking about here is a sentence for a terrible act. And we are the government. And I do not think it's morally right or appropriate for us to do that. When this came to the ballot in 1974, it was my second time voting. And I voted no, that we should not put capital punishment back into law. And I've had that belief since then. I never wrestled with it before because I don't have a personal story that I can tell you. I didn't have to make that decision. But I did have to make that decision within myself. And we talked about putting it to the ballot. You know, in this state, there's many ways to put things to the ballot. One of those ways is the initiative process. That is not being taken away by this bill. There's still the opportunity, if people want to do that. And I know one of our colleagues cited, I think it was in 2015 was the last polling in Colorado. And those that supported the death penalty, it was slightly more than 50%. But since then, there's been national polls. There was one in 2018 that was just the opposite. More than 50% were in support of repealing the death penalty. Just this last year in 2019, the numbers were 61%. So I agree with the members who stood up and said, we don't know what the people want. This is not a partisan issue. There will be Democrats that vote against this bill, and there will be Republicans that vote against this bill. But just in the Senate where they voted, there were Republicans and there were Democrats that voted for this bill. This is not a partisan issue. The other thing I wanted to talk about, somebody mentioned that they feel there's master puppeteers out there that are directing this. You know, this state has grappled, this legislature has grappled with the death penalty over 25 times since 1976. So this is not the first time this is coming forward. But I want to talk to you about the people that were there when we heard this in committee. You know, this is a difficult issue for the families whose family member or friend or loved one was murdered in some heinous crime, because they're all heinous. That's what they testify to. The loss of someone, the murder of someone is heinous. But I will tell you, the people that came to talk to us, Charlotta Evans, she supports this bill. Her son, who was 3 years old, was killed. Tim Ricard, his wife, who was a corrections officer, was killed. Family did not support the death penalty. Amy Platt, her mother was killed. She doesn't support the death penalty. Arliss Keller, his brother was killed. She doesn't support the death penalty. Marcus Weaver, he was shot in the Aurora theater shooting. His friend, Rebecca Wingo, was killed. He doesn't support the death penalty. In fact, Marcus told us that when we use the death penalty, we surrender to the worst in us. He said it debases us. We also received a letter from 66 family members who lost a loved one at the hand of a murderer. They don't support the death penalty. 2 of them, family members, were in the audience. One was in the audience the other night, and so was the other one, and one is still here. I think Representative Woodrow mentioned her, Erin McNally. She's the cousin of Colleen O'Connor that I think a couple of the representatives talked about, that she was killed by Nathan Dunlap. And she was. Her family didn't support the death penalty. Bob Ottoby, his son, Eric Ottoby, was a corrections officer. He was killed. His family doesn't support the death penalty. These people, Ezra Aldern, her son was killed in Aurora. She doesn't support the death penalty. Victoria Baker Wilford, her daughter was murdered. Doesn't support the death penalty. David Works, his 2 daughters were killed at the church when someone in and shot up the church. He doesn't support the death penalty. Now, I'm not going to read all of these names because I'm not sure where it gets us, because there are so many of them. But I also want to talk to you about the other people who were there. I mentioned to you the corrections professionals. We received a letter from 19 corrections professionals. These are the people we make carry out what we put into law. People don't just magically get killed. Somebody has to kill them under the death penalty. These people corrections officers talked about to us, living with the nightmares is something that some of us experience, particularly those with more hands-on, intimate experience with the process. These 19 don't support the death penalty and urged us to support this bill. We heard from DAs. We heard from the DA, Beth McCann, said she would not do this. Former DA Stan Garnett said he would not do this. Jessica Doherty, daughter, on behalf of the DA Michael Doherty in Boulder, said he would not do this. We received a letter from former prosecutors and Department of Justice officials, and they urged us not to do this. There were 7 of them who were former deputy district attorneys from the 18th Judicial District. They were from all over, from all over the judicial districts, from El Paso County, Bent, Crowley, Otero, Adams County, Jefferson, Gilpin, Arapahoe. These are people that had to deal with this all of the time, and they said, don't do this. It included a very good friend of mine, Al LeCabe, a former deputy DA, chief deputy DA, also former manager of safety, and former assistant United States attorney, also a former police officer. He doesn't support the death penalty. We also heard from the attorneys who do these cases, Hollis Whitson, Linda Froelich, Doug Wilson, David Lane, Jake Lilly, the people
You have
who
30 seconds.
who have hands-on experience. They said, don't do this. So we weren't directed. People make this decision. It's a hard decision. And it's certainly my honor to serve with all of you. And I respect any decision you make in this. Thank you.
Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this morning the topic is capital punishment, but from where I sit, the real debate is about justice and the government's responsibility to do justice. Justice is a foundation stone for any legitimate government. As a Christian, I'm always interested in what Scripture says about a given topic. In the book of Deuteronomy, Moses says to the newly freed Israelites, "You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show partiality. Justice, and only justice you shall follow, that you may live and inherit the land that the Lord your God is giving you." According to Moses, if the Israelites followed the way of justice, they could live in the land securely. But Moses also implies that if they failed to do this basic thing, they may lose the promised land. In the New Testament, in the book of Romans, the Apostle Paul teaches that governments are ultimately established by God to do justice. Paul didn't write a book on civics or political science, but he clearly believed the primary responsibility of any government is its responsibility to do justice. In particular, in Romans 12 and 13, Paul warns Christians not to engage in individual acts of vengeance. That is, they shouldn't repay evil for evil. Instead, they should leave room for the government to act because that is the role of government. Paul goes on to say that evildoers will be afraid of doing wrong because the government bears the sword. That is, it has the ability to carry out executions. But the state or a country is not a church, and we in government typically look at a different authority to understand the role of government. Thomas Jefferson wrote our Declaration of Independence. In the Declaration, Jefferson enumerated American grievances against the King of England, the things that justified the change of government the Americans were announcing. He prominently mentioned that the King of England had failed in the administration of administering justice. So justice matters. Being a citizen, being a part of a civilized society, means that individuals must give up certain rights or at least certain impulses when it comes to justice. It means especially we give up the right to pursue justice outside the courts. We reject vigilantism. We reject private acts of vengeance. That's part of what it means to be in a civil society. It's part of the social contract. But there's a flip side to this. Giving up our individual and personal right to justice means we rely on the government to do it. It means that we must trust judges, juries, to look for and find justice. And government that fails to do it, that fails to carry out justice, breaks the social contract according to Thomas Jefferson. Writing 100 years after Jefferson, the leaders of the new state of Colorado said, "We, the people, with profound reverence to the supreme ruler of the universe, in order to form a more independent and perfect government, establish justice, ensure tranquility, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the state of Colorado." In Article 2, Section 6 of the Colorado Constitution says, "Courts of justice shall be open to every person and a speedy remedy afforded for every injury to person, property, or character, and right and justice should be administered without sale, denial, or delay." Justice mattered a lot to the framers of our nation. It mattered to the founders of our state. It matters to those living in our state now, and it should matter to all of us, sent by the people to do their business. Justice matters, especially when it comes to the punishment for murders and similar heinous crimes. Is capital punishment fair? Is it justice? Of course it is. It is transparently fair and just. Each one of us here has a sense of right and wrong, of justice and injustice. Indeed, many of us got into politics because we looked at the world around us and saw injustice, and we decided we could do something about it. We all possess an instinctive sense of justice and fairness. If I order something online and pay $100 and never get the product later, learn it was never even sent, I expect to get my $100 back. That's justice. If someone robs a convenience store and steals $100, we all know that at very least the thief should pay $100. That's justice. It's not cruel or unusual for us to expect the money back. It's justice. And if someone plans a murder and takes an innocent life, or maybe several innocent lives, what could be more fair than requiring the murderer to pay for his life with his life in return? What could be more right? That's justice. The thief who steals but doesn't have to repay isn't getting justice. The victim of his theft isn't getting justice, and we, the public, aren't protected. And if a cold-blooded killer isn't required to pay for the life he's taken with his own, it's not justice. It might be many things, but it's not justice. I believe capital punishment should be reserved for the worst and most heinous crimes. I also think we must have an elevated standard of evidence for application. I'm not arguing about its application in any one case. I'm saying that the state must have capital punishment in its arsenal of justice, or justice won't be done. I've been a soldier. I've seen blood, and I'm not eager to see more. But in some cases, justice demands it. Not vengeance, not vendetta, not anger, or even closure. Justice demands it. If we vote to repeal the capital punishment, we're sending a strong message to our fellow citizens. We're saying that we can't imagine a crime where capital punishment could be justified. No murder or series of murders. No sexual assault or series of assaults. No act of torture or series of tortures. No combination of these or combination of these repeated over and over again. Not one of these crimes we would be saying could ever justify capital punishment. Let's face it, we're saying something else too. We're saying the life of the killer matters more than the life of the victim. Our society claims to care about life, but banning even the possibility of capital punishment puts a lie to that. If we can't recognize the difference between a killer who takes an innocent life and a justice system doing justice by taking a guilty life, then I fear we've lost our moral compass. When a son or daughter, or mother or father has been murdered, we sometimes hear the word closure. Some who favor capital punishment say an execution would give a grieving family closure. Closure is mentioned as if now the victim's family can finally put a loved one's death aside and get on with life. But it's harder for me to believe that closure could ever be so simple. People don't get over the premature and violent death of a loved one. I've talked to survivors, and their grief goes on, probably until death itself. But here's the point. Our justice system isn't here to provide closure. If closure ever comes, it comes from God in time and those who walk alongside survivors. But the lack of closure does tell us an obvious thing, that the worlds of the victims and survivors are changed forever when a loved one is murdered. It tells us that those who take a life commit an unforgivable sin because the one person who could offer real forgiveness, the victim, is not there to offer it. Those who murder drop a blood-stained rock into the pool of life, and its ripples go on, bringing profound grief and real hardship to everyone it touches. As a society, we cannot take capital punishment off the table, in effect to say the killer, that's okay. As a society, we cannot say to the killer, you're special, it's true that you've killed, but for that we will feed, clothe, and house you for a long time. We'll get you lawyers, you can go to college, and we'll pay for that. In fact, you can have money in many things you've stolen from another. Yes, we'll take your freedom, but we won't pay you back for what you've done. We won't give you the one thing that you care about most, your life. No, you'll get to keep that, you'll get to live, and you'll get the very thing you stole from your victim. But there are other consequences to repealing the death penalty. It sends a signal to society. You can't count on your government to do the right thing. We won't punish you, those who've hurt you. We won't guarantee they'll never kill again, but we'll take your money to make sure they live. History tells us this reopens the door to lawlessness because people who don't think government will give them justice will take justice into their own hands. I realize there's a debate about the death penalty and deterrence. I recognize that capital punishment might not deter crimes of passion, but I recognize it might not deter certain really evil people. But it will deter some people, just as in some places the prevalence of concealed carry has reduced other crimes. But it will unquestionably deter the murderer from killing again. Yet deterrence is more of a result than its goal. And for me, the goal is justice. We live in a divided society, but this should not be a partisan issue. Whether you favor a large government or a smaller one, we should all aspire to have a just one. Society that says there's no murder and rape and torture, a person could do no series of murders and rapes and tortures a person could do that would ever warrant the death penalty, you make the lives of the victims as nothing, even while you sustain and nurse the life of the killer. And people will know and people will understand that they can't rely on their government to do the most basic thing.
You have 30 seconds.
To do what is right, and the people, because they are law-abiding, will wait, and their rage will simmer as if they don't understand the perverse workings of an unjust government. I urge you all, in the strongest terms, to vote no on this bill. A yes vote says the wrong thing. No, you're not worth it. No, we won't give you justice. We cannot do this. We cannot lose the faith of public. I urge you again to side on the side of victims and vote no to repeal capital punishment.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 100? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 100 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 27 no votes, Senate Bill 100 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's members a time sensitivity on one of the bills on third reading, and so I'm going to move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1300.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1300. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1300.
House Bill 1300 by Representatives Buenteo and Pelton, all senators, Bridges, and Quorum, concerning technical changes to the local school food purchasing program.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1300 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1300 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Bachenfeld, Buck. Buck. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 14 no votes, House Bill 1300 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. That brings us to announcements. Oh, Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Thursday, February 27th.
Seeing no objection, we will lay over the balance of the calendar till Thursday, February 27th. Announcements and introductions. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Transportation and local government, we will meet 10 minutes after we adjourn here today. Again, scheduled at 1:30. We're running a little late. We will be meeting, importantly, in the old Supreme Court chamber. So right over here today, we're in the building today. And we'll be hearing House Bill 1233. Again, old Supreme Court chamber, 10 minutes after adjournment. Thank you.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Business Affairs and Labor Committee. Really need your attention because there's a lot of changes. Thank you very much. We will be meeting 12 minutes after we adjourn because you will need the extra 2 minutes to make it over to LSBA. Where are you going? Thank you. Some of you will be in 107, I can assure you. We are changing the order in the calendar. So, the order of bills that will be heard will be House Bill 1214, House Bill 1202, House Bill 1141, House Bill 1227, and House Bill 1263. We have a big day. We have a lot of bills. How soon do you need to be over to the room? And where are you going? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kraft-Tharp. I totally respect it. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee, we also have no changes except for the fact that we will not be meeting today. But for Friday, we do have some changes. So we will be not hearing, we will be laying over Representative Geithner's Bill 1105 and 1277 to a later date. So we'll hopefully have a slightly lighter load in Public Health Care and Human Services in case we have any other issues that we need to tackle here on the floor that day or any other time. And look forward to seeing you Friday, but also looking forward to giving you the day off today.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Any member who has a bill that you think may be going to appropriations this Friday, I encourage you to check out the calendar. They're listed on the calendar. If you think you have a bill in appropriations, please don't miss it. We'll have to lay over your bill if you don't show up. Thank you.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I might try Representative Kraft-Tharp's technique and tell the Health and Insurance Committee members, who I'm sure are all paying attention, that we are meeting in room 112. What room are we meeting in? Thank you, Representative Soper. And we have a really big day, so please be there 10 minutes upon adjournment and no later, or I will count you absent today. We do have a couple of folks who are substituting on the committee today. I had the bill drafter for House Bill 1218 and 19 send you the amendments for those bills. I also sent you the guidelines for how the committee will be run for the hearing for House Bill 1239. We'll also be hearing House Bill 1199. So I will see you in how many minutes upon adjournment, Health and Insurance members? 10 minutes. Thank you, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Representative Lontine. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members and others interested, this is an announcement concerning the calendar for the Judiciary Committee on Thursday. There have been some changes to today's printed calendar. This will all show up in the printed calendar for tomorrow, but in the interest of notice, I just want to read those out here. We will not be doing House Bill 1150 tomorrow. We will not be doing House Bill 1291 tomorrow. We will be doing 1234, which is back for action only. We will be doing 1096. We will be doing 1123. Also, we will be adding Senate Bill 64 that we laid over from last night. So it'll be on the calendar tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Capital Development Committee, Representatives Rich and Valdez, we have a meeting at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning with the Joint Budget Committee, 7:30 a.m.
Any other announcements? Members, I'm going to read some reports across the desk, but you're free to leave. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Energy and Environment, as considers the merits of the committee occurrence following. House Bill 1025 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1162 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1163 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, which considers the merits of the committee as following. House Bill 1004 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1190 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1212 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1230 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on Judiciary, after considers the merits of the committee as following. House Bill 1187 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1267 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 83 be for the Committee whole with favorable recommendation. The Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after considers the merits of the committee as following. House Bill 1169 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1186 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1220 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 82 be for the Committee whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 91 be for the Committee whole with favorable recommendation.
Delivery of bills to the governor.
The Chief Clerk.
Delivery
of
of bills to the governor will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
The Senate has
Message
passed.
from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the advisor.
We herewith
Message
transmit.
from the advisor will be printed in the journal. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will be in recess till later today.